Hello, hello. Good evening. How you doing? I hope you're good. Welcome, welcome. It's another Sunday. Howdy folks, howdy room. Oh, damn it. I misclicked. I do not like misclicking. That is not nice. There we go. You know what they say? Homestay is the best. Homestay is the best policy? Homestay? What? No, I wanted to make a homestead joke. I thought of this title, of the stream title at like 2 p.m. today. Because I was weighing my options of what to do and when to stream. Whether I could stream more early, and then I set everything up, and then I didn't stream more early. But you were making fun about honest. No. It's like, aha, we're stuck in this place. We cannot leave this house, our home. We're stuck at home. We're homestuck. I am a filthy homestuck reader. I was a filthy homestuck reader back then. Though I have to admit I never fit. Oh my god, there's a spider in my room. It's moving. I'm looking directly at it. I never finished reading it because there was this giant cliffhanger thingy once, and then I wanted to wait. Thank you for the pet, that is not working. Then I wanted to wait until the full thing comes out, right? And every time I wait for something to release fully, I always forget to like check it out again, check back with it. Yeah, I don't know if patting the spider is such a good idea, but why is my pad not working? Hold on. We don't like that here. We would like our stuff to work. Please. 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 There we go. That's slightly late, but only a little. I also found out that I can play this game with a controller, which is super fucked up because you cannot see my cursor, I know, but you can see this, right? I'm doing all this with the right side of the joystick, and to actually click I have to press the lower shoulder button. But yeah, apparently I can play this game with a controller, so that's nice. That way we won't have any loud keyboard noises. And I like that. I like it when you cannot hear my keyboard click every other text box. Spider is stealing your food and pads. Yeah! The worst part is there's a spider here, but I don't know. It's not that good at actually catching anything. Because one night I tried to get some air in here and had the window open, and then thank you for the short hair redeem. Then I went to bed and there was this weird thingy. I do not know what exact insect it was, but I hated it, and it was so aggressive. Like it kept coming straight at my face. I'm like, ugh. So the spider's not very good at doing what it should be doing. Not a fan. Not a fan of that. But here we are. It is Wednesday. It is Wednesday. The spider's a freeloader, yeah. It is Wednesday. We stopped here last time because I said, oh, we're gonna stop when the day turns over. We do not have any new books here. How do I go back? Aha! Nice, I can play this game with a controller. That's cool. Let's go then. Let's go see what this is all about. Actually, Justin has no intention of disguising himself as a plumber. Using the information he gathered that morning, he quickly fakes a work ID from the water company. He throws a small piece of plastic into his briefcase before he has had the time to cool off properly. That alone should be enough, no need to change into a costume. When faking an identity, it's more important to make the other person believe it's real than actually looking like the real thing. After the first suspicions have subsided, everything goes smoothly. If he does it any other way, he might get himself into trouble. In order to make a living as a private detective in the society, you need to be a good actor. Justin quickly accepted that fact and mastered this ability. Once he was completely able to do so, he started getting more and more ideas. As it turns out, he's quite good at identity theft, which shakes him up just a little bit. How do you find out you're good at identity theft, bro? Either way, it doesn't hurt in the current investigation. With a hint of elegance, Justin sets foot in the neighborhood once again. Building 8, Block 214, I'm only at Block 16A, blah blah blah. Even though the area is almost abandoned, there's still some work going on. Wouldn't it simply be more practical if they all had a door number, even if only for the sake of the residents? These houses don't have door numbers? Oh, that is fucked up. From south to north, from west to east, Justin gradually continues his search along the narrow street, getting a feeling for the place. Sure enough, this is the northeast corner of the residential area. The buildings are becoming more and more run down along the way, and after they give way to large construction sites, their humble beginnings are no longer hidden. 212, 214, is this it? It's a sign of commitment that the plumber named Louis found this location in the first place, although his dedication didn't pay off as well as it should have. Surprisingly, the detective spots all sorts of creative housing modifications along the way. On the other hand, there aren't any signs of advertisements or company posters around the buildings, at least not on the outside. The building even has a decent door with a combination lock. It isn't actually closed though, and the rust-proof paint is peeling off. A brick is placed in the doorway, creating a gap so that the door won't shut. The brick itself is covered in a thin layer of dust. It looks like it hasn't been moved for quite a while. Justin looks up at the 4th floor. The windows are closed tightly, so he can't see inside. Even though it's the middle of the day, the light is dim. He has no choice but to go upstairs and have a look around. The detective takes the work ID out of his bag, attaches it to his shirt, and pushes the door open, stepping into the hallway. Right, why exactly are we searching this specific building? I know that Neko found out that there's something in this building. That's why Justin is looking around here. Because our main guy, who doesn't actually have a name, is, bound to the store, so he can't do any field work. The damp dusty scent of the house really makes you realize how old this building is. Oh, it's a 3D animation. Wow. The doors on either side are tightly closed and protected by solid iron bars. Thick cobwebs take up a considerable amount of space, so this place was probably abandoned a long time ago. The 4th floor looks more decent, or at least a little cleaner. It takes Justin some time to figure out which side apartment 412 is on from the barely visible pencil marks on the wall. A knock on the door goes unanswered. Doesn't seem like anybody's home. He tries to peer through the hallway window into the apartment, but the angle's so narrow that he can't see much, except that there might be a kitchen on the other side of the window. The detective is a little disappointed and lets out a long sigh as he leans against the wall. I should go. In such an old place, the paint on the wall can be a little flaky, but it isn't until his back is pressed right up against it that Justin remembers this. Even though he reacts quickly, it's already too late. He jumps away from the wall and takes off his jacket to observe the back of it. The warm brown fabric is completely covered in white dusty paint. It doesn't look like it'll come out anytime soon. After days of running around and the only result being a messed up jacket, the detective feels rage flaring up in his chest. Shit. Huh? That can't be right. Even if he'd leaned into the wall really hard, these marks would have been too fresh. If the wall covered in dust, that would have fallen onto the jacket first, instead of the pure white layer that went straight down the fabric instead. It's too late to care about the clothes, so Justin crouches down and inspects the wall. Oh. Unsurprisingly, scratches appear every few steps along the wall, but although they don't seem brand new, they didn't happen too long ago. Someone was carrying something heavy which scraped against the wall while it was dragged across the stairs. Justin follows the tracks carefully, discovering that they continue all the way up and down the stairs. Interesting. The marks leading downstairs will most likely lead out of the building eventually, so it makes more sense to follow those that lead upstairs. Let's see. I'm really proud of whoever made the little 3D animation of going up the stairs. That's so cute. It's like, yeah! We need to show that he's walking up some stairs. Let's do that. The trail continues all the way to the top floor. It seems a bit odd for such a cheap building to have 7 floors. Since the marks lead all the way from the ground floor to the top of the building, it's unlikely that the object that was being carried came from inside one of the apartments. Quite a discovery, and yet it's locked. The door leading to the rooftop is locked by steel chains blocking the way. The drag marks on the wall come to an abrupt end here. should I do now? I mean, just check them all, it's fine. Check if the door locks. Justin crouches down and checks the door handle. The chain, as thick as his little finger, is wrapped tightly around the handle, secured by a steel lock. The chain is rusty, but the metal links are still shiny. Someone has been using this lock, and not infrequently. Justin examines the keyhole. A horizontal hole in the shape of the number 1 indicates that it is rather old. The detective pulls a wire out of his pocket and begins to fiddle with the lock. After stepping into this business, he somehow learned the basics of lockpicking. Of course! Classic private detective skill set, lockpicking. However, the lock is pretty old and rusty. Opening it with nothing more than a tiny piece of metal proves more difficult than he thought. It won't budge. The fine instrument in his hand can't take much force. He'd have to use another tool to get the door open. If he'd happened to bring lubricant with him, there might have been a chance, but Justin isn't that much of a professional. Or that gay. The sturdy chain doesn't look like it could be broken easily. He hasn't found anything he could use to damage it, and there's nothing he can do with just a small wire. Justin finally comes to the conclusion that there's no way he could open the lock right now. Okay, check the door. Justin pushes against the door lightly with one hand to check its state. The door looks very worn, but what he feels isn't wood beneath the flaky paint. The door is made of rusty metal panels. You often find this kind of construction in bike sheds and the like, but rarely in apartment buildings. After all, a metal fence is lighter and solves the security issue just as well. 3 hinges are screwed into the wall, and the door probably leads to the roof. A glimmer of light falls through the gaps at the top and bottom of the door. The detective continues to push against it, and the door makes a creaking sound, advancing outwards a little. The chain begins to tense, preventing him from opening it any further. Even then, there's no significant gap. A small metal plate sticks out along the right side, blocking the view. This design is often used in closets, but this is clearly the wrong place to have implemented it. Justin tries to squeeze open the door a little further and catches a glimpse of the bright, warped view outside. His field of vision is limited, but there seems to be a simple shed on the rooftop. Other than that, all he can see is a water tower somewhat further away. It looks like a pigeon shed, popular with some of the more organized communities. One of Justin's childhood memories includes a flock of birds flying overhead. However, if it were just a pigeon coop, would it be necessary to lock everything up so tightly? Who has a pigeon coop on the 7th floor of a building and then locks it like this? Listen, I have this apartment building I'm in, right? There's no one else above me, because above me there's like a small area that everyone can use. It's open for everyone, and we have a bunch of pigeons there that decided to build their nests between my roof and the floor of that balcony kind of thingy. So at night I will be lying in bed and just hear them go. I cannot imagine having a pigeon coop in my house. Since there are traces on the wall, maybe there's something by the door as well. Justin takes 2 steps back, lowering his gaze and looking around. The floor is cleaner than expected, but the corners of the walls are still covered in dust. It really does seem as if only 2 residents live here. Otherwise the dust would probably be laced with some hair or household waste. Justin wipes his finger across the wall. It comes away grey. It drove me nuts. Yeah. I'm just hoping as soon as all of the eggs are hatched that they will hopefully go somewhere else. Because it's really loud lately. There's so many of them there. It's the same thing all the way along the stairs. Only the bottom of the door is cleaner, but that proves nothing. Naturally, there's little possibility of dust accumulating where the wind passes through along the cracks. Do nothing! I cannot. There we go. There's no point in checking any further, so Justin claps his hands together and stands up again. Woo! Who are you? What are you doing? While Justin is still contemplating his discovery, a voice issues from behind him. He tries to resist the urge to turn around immediately, taking in a big gulp of air and trying to control his expression. Are you a resident here? I'm with the water company, wanted to see if anything is wrong with the water tower in this building, but... The old woman's skeptical look interrupts his impulse to continue his story. She doesn't say anything more, but stares at the work badge on the detective's chest. Time has left quite a mark on her body. She is tall and thin and must be around 60. Her hair is streaked with white. After a long moment, she turns around and begins to walk away. The lock won't open, so come down from there. Lorraine, what's going on? Who's this young man? Back on the fourth floor, another smaller elderly lady turns up. She seems to be the same age as the woman called Lorraine, perhaps a little younger. Where's old-time detective Outer? I'm with the water company. Yeah. He just has to act his part well. It doesn't matter what kind of clothes he's wearing. He could be here in a clown costume, yeah? Because the old woman in front of him is walking so slowly, Justin catches a glimpse of where the second woman came from, apartment 412. It's now or never. He has to act his part. Justin swallows nervously and clears his throat. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but do either of you know who lives in apartment 412? She does. What can she do for you? The tall, thin woman glances at her neighbor, obviously not intending to step out of the way. The boy seems wary, so Justin pulls... They both seem wary. So Justin pulls some documents out of his briefcase and hands them over. They're a forged work permit and some fake records. Allow me to explain. I'm Sasha, an employee at the Newford Water Conservancy. I came here to check the status of our service. Are you Miss Kwang, the lady who called our service hotline to request a pipe repair? Nico found the name on the deceased? What? What? Deceased? Maintenance worker's work order, and this might be a good opportunity to gain some trust. The old woman nods cheerfully. Yes, I did call you, but no one came. My apologies for the inconvenience. It is an inconvenience, but on a completely different level. So the work order proved useful. A good place to start. In fact, we did send one of our guys over, but he never returned to the company after he left. I thought he was just skipping work. I didn't expect him to not even have finished his assignments. Justin puts on a rehearsed apologetic expression and bends his head. I'm truly sorry. Retreat to advance is a useful trick. Adopt a sincere posture and an exaggerated expression, but don't let the others know what you're doing. No worries, boy. It's not your fault. Hilda's understanding look is just what Justin was aiming for. The tall, thin woman who's been watching him so indifferently up until now seems to have finally let down her guard. The detective finally feels the tension in his back subside. No, it really was our company's mistake. Several days without any maintenance must have been very inconvenient for you. We will find a way to compensate you for the trouble. Well, forget it. You've already apologized, haven't you? The old woman ushers the detective forward. Justin quickly decides to strike while the iron is still hot. I'm very sorry. Would it be alright if I took a look at the place where the repairs are needed? I need to fill out some paperwork for the company and confirm the situation before I can set you up with a new maintenance worker. As far as I can recall, the pipes in the kitchen were clogged, correct? That's right, but my kitchen's a bit of a mess at the moment. Why don't you just take some notes? I'm sorry, miss, but I can only arrange the most suitable service for you if I can have a closer look at what's going on. Alright, I'll show you the kitchen. Alright, I'll change how I voice this poor lady every other sentence. The old woman smiled somewhat helplessly in sighs, taking out a key from her breast pocket and unlocking the door. Hilda, it's not really safe to let strangers into your apartment. It's okay, why don't you come in too, Lorraine? That's not what I meant. It'll only take a minute. Come on, young man, this way. The thin woman doesn't follow them into the apartment. She just watches from outside the door as Justin follows Hilda into her home. Don't worry about it. Lorraine has a little bit of a temper. No worries, she seems to be quite concerned about you, which certainly isn't a bad thing. The room isn't large and the walls are yellowed. The old wooden door creaks on its hinges. The kitchen is to the right of the entrance and it is littered with onions, vegetable leaves, and folded plastic bags piled up in a small hill. The rustic decor reminds Justin of his old home. It has been a long time since he went to see his grandmother. Even though he's in the middle of an investigation, the detective can't stop thinking about trivial matters like that. She's always fuzzy. She just can't let things go. We're the last two people living in this building and we've lived here for far too long. Even if somebody broke in here, they probably wouldn't find us. The old woman leads Justin across the kitchen and opens a cabinet under the kitchen sink. The broken pipes must be there. Justin crouches down by the counter and pulls a flashlight out of his bag, peering into the cabinet. I'll just leave her alone for now. We just got back from the grocery store and she was hungry all the way home. Do you two eat together often? It's a lot of trouble to cook for one person every day, so we decided to share our meals. Lorraine's son used to bring by some meat and vegetables, but she just put everything in a pot and stew it until it was unrecognizable. Quite a waste if you ask me. But she can't eat that much on her own in the first place, so we share it. Sounds like the two of you have a good relationship. In any case, she's the only neighbor I've left, and David hasn't come back yet. Whether that's a good relationship or just a hard life, you tell me. Nah, yes. Justin grunts as he reaches out with one hand to fill with the pipes. It's completely dry around the pipes. Even an amateur would be able to tell if the pipes were leaking, however mild or heavy the damage. In the case of a leak, the smell of the leftovers in a pipe would be filling the whole room, keeping anyone from stepping foot in it voluntarily. But there isn't a single trace of a leak. How's it look? Can it be fixed? Huh? It's fine. There shouldn't be any problems. If there was ever a problem in the first place, there doesn't seem to be anything wrong now, so of course there's nothing to be repaired. The only question is, does the old woman know about this or not? Justin only expected the kitchen to play his role as a plumber and to get the two old women to trust him. Now though, he seems to have won the trust only to encounter a completely different issue. The detective gets back on his feet and continues his act. The pipe themselves seem fine, maybe the water pressure isn't as it should be. That could be a factor in the kitchen as well. I'd like to see what the other pipes look like. Is there another drain in your home? The only other drain I have is in the bathroom and everything seems to be working fine back there. Let me think. Oh. Well, we do all of these. We do all of these, right? Excuse me, could you step aside for one moment, please? Justin closes the cabinet door and inspects the kitchen sink from above. Some sort of odor is coming from it, but it isn't very intense. Kind of like the smell of garlic and meat. The two women seem to have quite the appetite, not the kind of food situation that most of the residents in this area would be used to. There's a bit of a blockage here. Do you usually flush garbage down there? There always leaves left over from washing vegetables. I can't clean them all up because my eyesight isn't that good. Oh, that should be okay. The smell doesn't come from washing vegetables. The old woman said she cooks meat dishes for a neighbor, but there's also that obvious stench of garlic. Those two ingredients would have been treated at completely different times during the cooking process, so how could they be sending out together so clearly now? That can't really be it. You don't normally use the sink for duck feathers or anything like that, do you? Those tiny fluffy feathers could very easily stick to the inside of the pipe along with the blood, so that could cause a problem. No, I just clean the meat, wash away the blood and leave it to marinate. For a while the smell was unbearable, so I used to pour boiling water into the drain. That doesn't seem to be a problem then. Okay, what about the bathroom? Could you show me the bathroom? Even if the kitchen pipe itself is fine,
I can't see.
there could still be a problem elsewhere. The dirty water might be bottled up somewhere, so it might be rising upwards instead. It would be wise to check whether the drain in the bathroom is affected. That way it will be easier to find out which part of the pipe is causing the problem, and we can send someone along to repair it. Of course, just by the living room. The old woman sets the bag in her hand aside and turns towards the doorway. Oh yeah. The apartment itself is quite humble, and so is the bathroom. Green and white floor tiles are exactly the same as the ones at Justin's grandparents' place. The bathroom has no shower, only a simple floor drain with a plastic bucket next to it, as can be the custom in some more traditional Asian households. The style of the toilet is also quite old, though the cover has obviously been replaced at some point since it looks quite different from the base. Apart from the typical bathroom smell, something doesn't seem quite right. For a moment, the only thing Justin can make out is the smell of detergent. The detective takes a deep breath, turns on his flashlight and crouches down to inspect the bathroom floor. Small clumps of hair are tangled up around the drain. Not uncommon for a bathroom, but generally speaking, the hair would gather because it becomes tangled up. In this case, however, it seems to be stuck together in bunches, and also, it seems really fucking bloody. Doesn't seem to be a blockage here either. He pretends to be inspecting the drain on the floor, moving a little to the side to block the old woman's view, then he secretly picks up a bundle of hair. But it's always better to be safe than sorry. Not caring about the fact that it's dirty and wet, the detective sneaks the hair into his sleeve and turns around toward the old woman again. We'll have to bring the right tools next time to dig up anything that's in the pipe. The old woman crosses her arms behind her back thoughtfully, while Justin claps his hands together and leaves the bathroom. Just use some stronger cleaning products next time. You can simply ask for them at the store. They're selling them everywhere now.
Thank you for the hydro time and deposit check, Ichi. Hello. Hi.
Good one to start off with. How you doing? After exchanging some casual advice, the detective re-enters the kitchen with the old woman. Okay, what about the rooftop? Do you know if anyone has a key to the rooftop? I would like to see if something is affecting the water tower. The sewer water supply system work independently of each other and certainly wouldn't have anything to do with the water tower, but Justin decides to take a risk in the hopes that Hilda doesn't know that.
Water tower? We didn't ever put that lock on the door either. I don't even know when that chain was fastened there. A while ago, some neighbors came by to help spread insecticide to kill cockroaches. They tried to go up there, but they weren't able to cut through the chains, even with a large pair of pliers.
Really? I was just upstairs and it looked like there was a pigeon coop up there. Don't pigeon keepers check it every so often?
The shed was abandoned many years ago. An old man used to go there and take care of the pigeons, but now it's just empty and no one keeps an eye on it. Last year there was a typhoon. The sound from up there was horrible. I couldn't sleep all night.
Do you know who has the key by any chance?
I don't know, it's just the two of us who live in this building, and someone must have locked it while we weren't paying attention. I have to go to the neighborhood council and ask them.
The neighborhood council seems to be very unwelcoming of people like us asking them questions.
Don't take it personally. They don't listen to anyone in general.
The woman waves her hand dismissively. Well, what a great neighborhood council. It doesn't look like there's anything more worth investigating. Staying too long might arouse suspicion, so Justin decides to leave the kitchen. Well, I'll just have to ask a specialist to check the condition of the sink. I'll ask the company to send someone over, so please be a little patient.
Don't worry. The worst case scenario is that I'll simply go cook at Lorraine's.
The old woman shuffles towards the door as if she's intending to call out to her friend. Justin follows the woman and prepares to leave the apartment. Perhaps it's because of the different perspective he had when entering the apartment, but it's only now that he notices the photograph in the hallway. The photo sits in a white frame and the glass is spotless, but the photo paper inside is yellow with age. In the photo, a young family of three is facing the camera, smiling happily, even though their expressions are a little forced. The only woman in the picture looks like a younger version of Hilda. The picture was probably taken about 30 years ago. There are some strange scratches on the faces of the two adults, as if somebody erased the ink with a hard object.
What's the matter? Do you know my David?
Sorry, I just happened to see it and thought he looked familiar.
That's okay. If only my David were as polite as you.
Is David your son?
As if in a blink of an eye, he turned from a little boy into a man who doesn't even want to come and visit. You don't want to be like him.
I'm sure that's not true. You're just exaggerating. Are you done?
He checked everything and said that there's a way to fix it.
Tall, skinny woman seems not to have left her spot since they entered their apartment. Staying true to the role he's playing, Justin decides to speak to her. May I ask your name? Lorraine. Lorraine Pearl. Miss Pearl, would it be okay with you if I have a look at your kitchen as well? I'm worried that this is affecting the whole pipe system. My kitchen is fine. You've checked out Hilda's kitchen, so you can leave now.
Lorraine, he's actually very kind.
You're the one who called the company. It has nothing to do with me. What's your temper? Seems to be pretty difficult to get past the stubbornness. There's no need to push forward right away. Better to do this step by step. Don't worry about it. We'll have this sorted out in no time. I'm sorry to have taken up so much of your time. I'll head back to the company and arrange for someone to take care of this. I'll come with you. I have to take out some trash anyway. Oh, no problem. Let me help you with your bags.
And a fancy it's such a fancy 3D animation. It literally looks like we're actively walking down the steps. Wow.
Lorraine seems to approve of Justin's kind words as they pick up the bags and walk downstairs together. Justin speculates as to what he should say next, but the woman's indifferent attitude towards him leaves him at a loss for words. It isn't until the last 2 flights of stairs that she breaks the silence. Your company is really dedicated. We're just trying to do a good job and improve our service wherever we can. Still, there isn't anything wrong with the kitchen, is there? Her voice is cold. What's that supposed to mean? The detective wonders what her intentions could be. The old woman has never tried to conceal her wariness and hostility towards them. In such a chaotic neighborhood, treating strangers like that seems almost normal, but Justin has a feeling that things aren't that simple. She doesn't seem to want anyone else to have too much contact with Hilda, let alone with herself, but in the end she wasn't too forceful in stopping her, an attitude that leaves the detective confused about the relationship the two of them share. In any case, Justin needs to find a way to deal with her attitude right now. He tries to formulate a sentence in his head. How should he respond? It seems... Here's the problem, what you're talking about. This one, truthfully, seems you already know. If you ask me like that, I think you already know about the state of the kitchen.
There's nothing wrong with the kitchen. I checked the pipes and valves and nothing's broken. Rather, it looks like there was never anything to be reported or repaired in the first place. Ah, so that's what you found out. The old woman responds casually, not even throwing him a sideways glance. Justin realizes that he won't be able to get anything more from the conversation. No, don't do that. Justin realizes that he won't be able to get anything more from the conversation this way. He takes a couple of steps forward and turns around facing Lorraine. If you know anything else about this, please let me know. Otherwise, there's no way for us to provide a better service. Living in such an empty building must be hard for both of you. Please believe me when I say that I really want to help. There's no need for that. She called you guys just to see her son. That can't be right. Is Mr. Louis actually her? Of course not. No one could have known who you'd send. Then why did she... Hilda isn't a bad person. Do I really need to spell it out for you? The kitchen is fine, the rooftop is fine if you still want to check the pumps, have it your way, but you'd be wasting your time. Lorraine ignores Justin's consternation as she continues towards the door on the ground floor. The trash cans are just outside the door, backed up against the dried up flower bed. She lifts up the plastic bags with a grunt and drops them into the metal bin. I'm sure she told you about her son David, but I'm afraid she'll have to prepare a wreath if she really wants to see him. He's dead? In fact, she's the only member of her family left now. In other words, she didn't call our company to have a kitchen repaired. I'm sorry about the repairman, but it's a good thing he didn't show up. But why would she do this? It's been rough lately. The old woman shakes her head impatiently. On your way over, you must have seen the real estate guys knocking on doors and handing out flyers, right? They've been annoying the whole neighborhood lately. Justin didn't see anything like that. What with the previous site manager leaving, it does come as a surprise that Rising Sun Properties would change their tactics. It sounds as if you're not too happy about these people. Are they bothering you here too? It's a nice way of putting it. They're the type of people who only care about money. Whatever you say to them, their only thought will be not enough money. They sound like quite the vultures. Thanks to them, there's been a flurry of activity for a while now, even at our place. People come knocking on our doors every now and then, at all hours of the day and night. They shouldn't be doing that, especially to elderly residents. The place was already a mess, but thanks to them, a lot of new faces moved to the area and many strange people were caught up in this. One day we went out to buy some groceries and saw a homeless man sleeping on our rooftop. Hilda was so shocked that she almost got sick. Luckily, the guy was probably just looking for a place to sleep and didn't try to break in or anything. The old woman continues, sounding deeply annoyed, while Justin quietly throws the trash into the bin and closes the lid. In any case, Hilda has been more nervous ever since. If I'm not with her, I'm always afraid that someone might break in. So that's why she called us. I'm sorry, I still don't really understand. Her husband wasn't a good person. He came from overseas and I heard that they were often criticized for their loud arguments and domestic violence. We haven't been living here long and she's the only one left in her family now. I wonder where she got the nerve to move here by herself. Anyway, think of how she feels and stop wondering about the call. Okay, well, it sounds as if having people from the company come over might add unnecessary stress to the situation, right? I'm glad you understand that. In that case, I'll find a way to explain the situation to the company. If all goes well, you shouldn't have to worry about our division coming to bother you anymore. I'll keep that in mind. After watching the detective carefully for nearly half a minute, Lorraine finally wipes the dust from her hands and turns to re-enter the building. It isn't a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the situation to become so heated. The realtor, the homeless man, the maintenance worker, they can't be explained away as a mere coincidence. This building is odd in every sense. It's a pity that the afternoon's investigation seems to have failed in regards to finding clues that are definitely related to the murder. Justin cranes his neck and looks up to the fourth floor. A window has been opened and smoke is drifting out of it. If something were truly wrong with the pipes, those two women would not be using the kitchen as casually as they are right now. The site confirms what Lorraine said before. But did they really never see the plumber who came to take a look at it? After discovering one lie already, the detective can't be sure of the truthfulness of that claim either. I should go back and explain the situation to the others first. Justin pats the dust from the kitchen cabinets off his coat and leaves the residential area. I don't get it though. Why would she call a company to take a look at the... why would you call a plumbing company if there's nothing wrong with your pipes? What does that have to do with her son being dead?
Just say it how it is. You're basically asking me to condone child labor. Ugh, the nerve of you. Scarlett's annoyed tone of voice is easily discernible, even over the phone. The way in which she's trying to sound ironic must be her attempt at humor. It is a very bad attempt. She wants the attention because she's lonely, but why a plumbing company of all things? You know that this is beyond my control. If I'd known things would turn out this way, I would have avoided it altogether. You know I just want the best for Nico, right? Damn it. You make it so hard to be angry at you. She lets out a long sigh, which sounds more hopeless than angry. Anyway, you need information about the Kangyuan district, right? I'll see what I can find. Just don't get your hopes up. I talked to some people from the city's planning department. They might have files lying around that could be of use. Thanks, Scarlett. You're a big help. Anyone I send would probably be around her son's age. Oh. Just remember, you owe me one. You're always on the lookout for weird incidents at the city, aren't you? Well, this is one, and it's really interesting. Not if it culminates in a work overdose. I'm human too, you know? 2 legs, 1 mouth, all that. I can't run around the city 24 hours a day talking to everyone. By the way, you have your hands quite full, right? Want me to come pick up Nico? Don't expect me to keep a watchful eye on her, though. It's always tough for me to hold back when she shows her honest and caring side. Thanks for the offer, but I can manage for now. We should talk about the case some more. If this case is really as dangerous as we think, that danger will come knocking at our door sooner rather than later. That means we need to make the most of the time we have left before that happens and find out as much as possible. That's why Nico's help is invaluable. As for Justin, well, he's still quite young, but he's very capable, and I think it's possible for him to... What's that about me? You miss me that much? Right in the middle of the phone call, Justin steps into Hermitage. Speak of the devil, I'll talk to you later, okay? I hang up and look at Justin. He looks very exhausted. I was wondering when you'd return and what news you'd bring. Why are you covered in dust? He looks a bit flustered. A layer of dirt and residue cover his clothes. He looks like he's hugged one wall too many at the construction site. I'll tell you later. Where's Nico? Isn't she around? She's upstairs, probably still working and tinkering around or something. You know her. She's bound to go rabbit if you interrupt her now, so let's just wait until she comes down on her own. So what's up? You seem like you're in a hurry. I found a number of clues at the scene and I need help gathering info. If you two weren't lying when you hyped up her skills, this would be the perfect moment to put them to good use. If it's computer related, I don't know a single thing about that. It's up to Nico to decide if she's on board. What is it you think she can find for you? It's a little more than scouring the internet, to be honest. I'd like to install microcams in a few spots in the Kangyuan district. Do you think she could handle that? Hey now, that sounds pretty damn sketchy to me. What? With the state the district's in, there's no security violence. No security surveillance around there, but it could really help me confirm something. So I figured with no surveillance system in place, why not just create our own? So what do you think? Does that sound like something we could pull off? Even if you ask me, it's up to Nick. Real-time monitoring is just wishful thinking, isn't it? CCTV is a very demanding signal. There aren't many public places around that we could draw power from. The whole power grid in that area must be a gazillion years old. It's already a miracle that they have electricity over there. Expecting quality video is something else entirely. I hadn't even thought that far ahead yet. We have to hack into the grid to make sure the video quality is good enough. Once we're done, we can just pull out of the system and it'll be as if we were never even there. Security violence? There was one, it's a German movie, Die Rote Zora, which was about a bunch of kids living on an island. Well, it's a town on an island or very close to the sea, and there was one of them could play the violin and teaches it to the other one. And when I watched the movie for the first time, I really wanted to play violin as well, but I never tried picking it up. Which is good. It's a very expensive kind of instrument to try and pick up if you don't stick with it. It's fine by me, just as long as we get footage from the places I want to monitor. So, how do we do it? Simple. First you go out there and buy me a bunch of cheap phones. Excuse me? The sudden unexpected request surprises the detective, but Nico ignores him and keeps on talking. Chinese ones are the best, big enough battery in those. Nowadays you don't really need to worry about the camera quality.
It's going to take some time to set everything up, but if you can get me the phones before dinner, I can have it all ready by tomorrow.
I still don't quite get your plan, but sure, leave it to me. I'll get you those phones. You two are planning a crime right now. You're aware of that, right? Nico, at least ask him what his plan is before you let him drag you into this.
I'm used to ending trouble, you know that.
Oh, I don't know how to do either, no. There was also a time where I tried to learn how to play a keyboard. Not an entire piano, but at least a keyboard. And a time I tried to play guitar. And then a time I tried to play an electric guitar. But I never really, kept trying with any of them, so now I cannot play them. That's not what I wanted to hear.
No need to be so nervous. To be clear, the target of our observation is an old residential building. Lots of new and unfamiliar faces have been popping up there lately.
Alright, what about the household that called about the pipes? Was there an actual problem?
There is a problem, but it's much more complicated.
It was a false alarm. The old woman living there felt threatened by the real estate company and was uneasy. Well, I sure hope all of that turns out to be a false alarm.
Me too. Hard to tell what's true right now.
The building itself gave me a lot of reasons to be suspicious. Someone dragged something through the hallway, messed up the walls all the way to the roof too.
What's on the rooftop?
I don't know. The door to the rooftop is sealed off with a chain. Damn thing's probably as thick as your arm.
Wow, that's very suspicious indeed.
That's why I wanted to see for myself if there are really only 2 people living in the entire building. You think there's something else on the roof?
There's a pigeon shed on it. Call it intuition, but if that's the only thing up there, the owner wouldn't have sealed the door with a gigantic chain.
Very true.
The building has 7 floors. That's a lot of space to hide all kinds of things. None of the surrounding buildings are that high. That means you could do whatever you wanted on the roof without attracting any attention, as long as you keep the noise down.
As you're rooting your birthday, at least you have a musical voice. Aww. Thank you. It's too cold and windy up there for anyone to actually live there. Also, even if you find a way to avoid the 2 old women all the time, sneaking around surveillance cameras would be next to impossible. You seem very certain about the killer's location. If the plumber really did die there, that makes everyone in the entire neighborhood a suspect. Locking something up isn't an unusual thing in the area. 2 old women don't know anything about it. They once saw a homeless guy sleeping up there, but that's all. There's been nothing to report ever since then. The first victim?
It's a possibility. Definitely worth looking into. And you're sure about the 2 old women? Even if the place is run down, there's got to be a reason why they're the only ones living there. Calling someone just because you want to feel safe sounds pretty far-fetched to me.
I can't see any viable reason they'd have to murder a plumber. The whole thing took effort and planning. You still remember where the 3 bodies were found, don't you? It's quite a physical feat to drag them to where they were found, not to mention wrapping them up like that. And the strange wounds, what would have been the point in that? From what you've told us, something was dragged all the way up to the rooftop or down from the rooftop. Either way, it would be pretty difficult to do all that by yourself.
Even for 2 people?
Young people these days can't even imagine how horrible it feels when your knees and hips creak and age with every step. Says the 31-year-old guy. My good dude. He's a textbook definition of an old man who's not even middle-aged yet.
Okay, you're old, I get it.
So what do you think? I'm still not sure. Although what you're saying makes it sound like it could definitely be the location where the murder took place, so I say we go with your plan. We need time, tools, plans, and we can't expect the residents to be dumb, deaf, and blind. We need to work carefully. Should I expand my search? All of them were killed in a brutal fashion. Bodies chopped up, the parts weren't strewn about, so the killer must have transported them in one go. Just wait until you hit 28. Dun dun dun! Hey, my birthday was just a few weeks ago, okay? Let me live out this year first. Whether it involved the 2 women or not, the fact remains that moving 3 bodies is bound to leave a trace. Rising Sun Properties employees don't walk door to door with the necessary equipment to make bodies disappear like that. We should ask people if they've noticed anything suspicious, maybe someone carrying some sort of large package.
Or maybe a trolley, a suitcase. Oh, wait, an adult probably wouldn't fit inside a suitcase.
You have a vivid imagination.
Mind your own business.
Nico throws a cold look in my direction. I'm fine with Nico helping you, but I think we should redirect the surveillance efforts a little.
I'm joining up with him anyway. Don't make it sound like you've got a say in it. It'll be fine.
We'll need a decent excuse as a cover for us being there, or else we'll be bound to raise suspicion.
Well, I already have some ideas as far as that's concerned.
Nico, this isn't the internet. If somebody realizes what you're up to, that's it. No second chances.
Blah blah blah. As if you're suddenly the local internet expert. Hurry up and go phone shopping. You pay for it, I'm broke.
Fine. I'll try to get back before dark.
Remember to look left and right before crossing the road.
Unable to come up with anything witty, Justin throws Nico a look before hurrying out of the store.
Okay, the jerk's finally gone.
Don't say that. He takes his work seriously.
Working without a brain isn't effective no matter how hard you try.
Don't let him hear you.
I'm going to set up parts of the system already to give him a sneak peek when he comes back. He's going to like it.
Him asking for your help just shows how much trust he puts in you. Your work matters, Nico.
And as always, you're gonna lean back and watch us work. Well, enjoy the show. And get used to it. Stop trying to talk me out of things.
I said right from the start that I'd let you decide for yourself, didn't I? When did you start turning into a grumpy old grandma?
I just didn't want Justin messing up our investigation. Scarlett's still hard at work. We don't need something else on our plate.
Speaking of Scarlett, just how much of an influence did she have on your plan?
The Canyon District's full of cheap housing and residents who don't know anything about their rights. It's easy to make changes and adjustments, like the cameras, and pass them off as something completely normal. Still, whether it's setting up cameras or questioning people, I don't really see the point.
Of course, surveillance only makes sense if the killer's still around, carrying out his business. That would mean knowingly putting people in danger. Either way you look at it, it is quite heartless.
I'm just worried that we'd be misled by setting up surveillance. I have a feeling Justin's prone to jumping to hasty conclusions.
Are you questioning Justin's abilities?
It's just that he's too concerned with what people are potentially capable of. In my opinion, your approach to solving cases like this is much smarter. But please don't forget why we fled to Mato.
She knows that there's no way for me to answer the why, but then again, it's not like she expects an answer.
Our body's hard to move or lift without the right tools. Since the killer probably won't be staying in one place all the time, we might be able to catch a glimpse of him by setting up surveillance. And other people might not even notice him otherwise, right? There are too many weird places in that area for everything to be a coincidence, but still, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack.
So, do you think the killer might not be human?
I mean, with the things he pulled off, him having wings almost sounds like the most plausible explanation.
But what about the marks along the stairs? If it wasn't a human who committed the murder, who installed the chain lock at the rooftop?
Who knows? Things are never quite what they seem. Either way, I'm going to take a trip there with Justin tomorrow. See if we can find out a bit more.
You only just went away. Do you really think it's wise for you to roam the streets again already?
What do you think I am? This town's built like a maze. It'll be impossible to find. I'll be impossible to find. You could tell them I'll be in the area tomorrow and they still wouldn't find me.
Come on, do you really think I'd pull a stunt like that?
That was a metaphor, dummy. I have work to do upstairs now. If Justin comes back, bring me the phones, will ya?
Don't rummage through my computer.
Yes, I know. How many more times are you going to tell me that?
As Nico leaves the store, I can hear her mumbling to herself, quietly complaining about pretty much everything and everyone. She has a lot of complicated work to do tonight, and it would be very unwise to interrupt her. She's probably just going to use some tools, tinker around here and there. A little handiwork with a blowtorch, and the soldering iron will blow up half the building again, right? Nah, I think you're gonna be fine. As long as we don't fight, I don't know, fucking Cthulhu by the end of this game, I think we should be good. I've tripped over something several times already tonight. Back in the day, people probably didn't have that problem. I guess the cheaper light sources became, the less people were willing to accept parting with it. At least things have finally calmed down again upstairs. The way Nico was yelling at Justin scares the hell out of me. It's like she has a personal vendetta against him. Luckily, everything seems to be back on track now. Justin tumbles down the stairs and knocks on my door. I'll pick Nico up in the morning, okay? But ask her yourself. I want to speak for her. It's not me who's going out after all. You sure you can help? It's always good to have one more person coming along. Now that you know how dangerous it is out there, find a way to protect your companions on your own. You shouldn't rely on others for that. Besides, you're fully aware of my situation. It's fine for me to stay at Hermitage, but if I come with you, that's just begging for the police to stop us. Is he not bound to this place in a physical sense that he literally can't leave? Or is it just that he's on the run? In a sense that if he was found on the street, the police would be like, oh, this guy's wanted for murder! Or something. Well, if it's dangerous for you, I'll think of something else. Giving up that easily? Actually, my sources are very limited and I still don't quite understand the details. All the more reason for me not to get involved, wouldn't you say? Good point, yeah. Sorry. Never mind. I'm not sure what you heard about this whole thing, but I'm just as curious about it as you are. Really? I thought you weren't the type to ask for help from anyone. Why would you think that? Because you're stubborn? Fine, I was wrong. What exactly do you want to know? I could help snoop around. That won't be necessary. Just tell me one thing. Who is Mr. Lang to you? Who would have thought the legendary detective had taken an apprentice? To be honest, I only found out about it by coincidence. What do you want from my master? Nothing. I'm just curious. With a guy like that on your side, why did you ask me for help instead of him? I'm not as experienced as he is. I can't even leave the store. I might be talented, but what good does it do me if I never step outside into the real world and actually put that talent to use? So there has to be a reason, right? Just like my master, I have problems of my own. That doesn't really explain anything. Do we really have to talk about this? Nico's found a way to handle this and I don't want to stop her, but you had better alternatives than us to ask for help, and I need to know why you chose us instead. You're really stubborn. Sorry, that's just the way I am. I can't afford acting irresponsibly when people depend on me. The truth is, there was never an alternative in the first place. That old man is just a name to me now. He's done a lot of bad things, and in my opinion, he doesn't deserve to be called a detective. I got to know that side of him when I was still working alongside him. That's why I came to you for help. But why? He's been to the Kangnam district. What? He went there years ago. It was a miserable case. The victim's family camped in front of his house for almost 3 days and nights, begging him to solve the case that the high-ups had all but abandoned already. He didn't succeed. He ran away, after a week of investigating behind my back. I don't know exactly what he found out, but you can't just turn your back on clients like that. You owe them an explanation. I tried my best to talk him out of it, but he decided to pack up and move out of the house overnight. He's always been strict with me, teaching what a detective should and shouldn't do, but in the end it was he himself who didn't have the courage to face the problem head-on, choosing to avoid it instead. The detective is our job to find answers. He doesn't deserve his good reputation if he can't even do that. I decided to part ways with him that day. Been on my own ever since. Is that why you're still a private investigator to this day? He thinks he's everything people made him out to be, but he's living a lie, that's it. Even if I'm not happy with the work I'm doing right now, it's still a lot better than working for him. Now you should be able to understand why I came to you. See you tomorrow. Jason picks up his briefcase, turns around and leaves. The atmosphere has turned rather cold and I scratch my neck absent-mindedly, not knowing what to say anymore. Well, I guess it's true what they say. Everyone has their own burden to carry. Oh boy, you think there's gonna be more Cthulhu stories on the internet tonight? What the fuck? Looks like the forum has been taken over by ads. With all of this unintelligible nonsense, do these kinds of advertisements even work? Doesn't look as if I'll find anything here today. National licensed pharmacist exam, questions and right answers. Strength, medical, oh my god. Because he's lazy, magazines are littered everywhere. The pharmacist practitioner, eat well, be fat, take a step, don't be scared of change for the better. What's his ailment? He'll feed you when you're hungry, take care of things when you're tired, and he'll do it all for you. Time of publication, answers, multiple choice, the hard time is comfortable guide all the way through. You don't do it for the money. The answer is cigarette smoke. Sure, go ahead, take this popsicle, it's yours. Self-esteem is king. Only one person can make your choices. You, that's who. Leave your comfort zone. The hours will be tiring. There's only time for him. He used to only earn $180 in a month, but that was in 2013. Stubborn kid waiting for popsicle, but still made the right choice. He ate them all. Show mercy, draw the line, assert dominance, copy his reputation, which one interacts with liquor. No more money for him. Don't stay at home, go for walks regularly. That's his mistake. Don't wait for others to be your own man. Annual. He's a long-time smoker. He's probably thinks of others more than himself. Try not to talk down on him. He be a positive. He's in fact a smoker. He lied. Aha. Is it the same one for all of these? Seems like it. Okay. Whatever the fuck that means. All that talk yesterday made my rice. Oh my god, made my rice. Okay. Made my mind race and kept me up all night. Ever since the early morning hours, police cars have been driving past on a regular basis. I can't be the only one who has kept awake by the loud sirens. It's a very uncommon occurrence around here. Many of the elderly locals who rarely leave their homes even drop by Hermitage to ask me if I have any clue as to what's going on. It all makes me feel a little uneasy. This part of town is usually among the most quiet. Who would call it this hour? Hello? Did you stay up late again yesterday? No, I got the news from a friend. So, somebody stayed up late for you. Consider this proof that I'm well connected. Anyway, change of topic. Kangyang isn't your average neighborhood. The district wasn't even supposed to exist in the first place. What do you mean? Originally, it was supposed to be a housing district for employees of the Mato number 11 TV factory. However, less than a year after the first building was finished and paraded around as a propaganda benchmark, all subsequent construction work was brought to a halt. Alright, that's the building you sent Nico into. Why did you stop the construction? I don't know, that's all I could find in the city records. The rest of the information seems to be classified, so I can't get to it. Is that the reason why there are so many lower end apartments there? They want to keep some people there at least, otherwise all of it would have been for nothing. Just one giant piece of land completely empty. The government doesn't really want to get involved for fear of losing face. They're going to have a problem if the whole thing gets out. Interesting, it all makes sense now. The building never did quite fit in with its surroundings. It's going to be demolished and rebuilt eventually. Can you do some research on who lives there? Funny you should ask. Actually, there aren't any registered occupants in that building. To be more precise, the building itself doesn't exist. That doesn't sound too far-fetched. I guess something like that can happen in a big city. What baffles me is that they still have water and electricity. The people in there seem to be living without a care in the world. You can't just steal water or reroute electricity from somewhere else. Water companies and plumbers are still taking jobs at the place. It's very strange. You can say that again. For an abandoned building whose existence isn't even acknowledged, it seems just a tad too well maintained. Long story short, there's something off about that building, and I suggest you keep an eye on it. Ask Nico to help you find the old records of the TV factory. We might find something there. Well, it's okay. I'll handle it. Thank you for going to all this trouble. So that's it, huh? Nope. I look up from my phone only to see someone waiting at the counter. Unfortunately, it is not a guest I'm happy to see. I can tell you're on edge. Do not be alarmed, for there is no need to worry about this neighborhood. After all, I'm aware of how important this place is to you, how much you cherish the moments you spent here with your friends. In a rare moment of showing actual emotion, he smiles at me, though it looks more like a grimace than a genuine smile. Hi. Every single time someone's bothering me and giving me a headache, you show up. So tell me, are you somehow linked to that, or is it just my way of sensing that you're around? Stress and its accompanying side effects are most detrimental to one's health. I can recommend an accent doctor should you need one. What do you want today? I have to say I'm really not in the mood for one of your visits, so make it quick. Same as always. He turns around to show me the object he's holding. By the way, I finished reading the last batch of books you delivered. It's interesting material, that's for sure, but there's nothing helpful in it. Well, then consider looking at it from the bright side. It just means you'll have slightly fewer headaches to deal with. I'll gladly take any break I can get. I've had more than enough to deal with lately. The store owner starts walking past the shelves, browsing the various collections on display. Things probably don't look all that different than they did when he first put me in charge. I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing. By the way, how well do you know the city? I'm not really that familiar with all the districts. I'm ashamed to admit it, but I'm not a person who enjoys exploring new areas. I quite like staying in my comfort zone. There's something I've been meaning to ask you about, something that happened almost 20 years ago. That is quite a long time indeed, but feel free to ask away, though you might have to jog my memory a tiny bit. There's an old residential district in the southern part of the city. So I assume your question somehow pertains to that isolated urban area? It seems like there are quite a few stories about that place. The whole area is part of one of the least glamorous chapters of the city's long history. Some of the elderly inhabitants will surely remember it. 2 decades ago, following an unexpected economic boom, everything happened at too rapid a pace. The government's unfaltering enthusiasm for expanding the urban area was overambitious to an unhealthy degree, so there were problems with the expansion and construction. It was a very aggressive process, especially when compared to other projects. Opaque practices and shadowy backdoor deals were the norm, seeing as policies weren't as clear and easy to understand as they are nowadays. So you know about the thing Scarlet stuck up. I decided to test the waters a little. It's a pretty bold endeavor to construct cheap housing units amongst all those skyscrapers in a big city. Rumor has it that they're able to ignore the strict building regulations and avoid scrutiny due to connections to the right people in powerful positions. Entering that part of the city makes you feel like a foreigner, as if they don't want you there. Most of the older generation does not even speak the district's name out loud anymore, such is the extent of its dark and troubled history. So what's the real story behind it? A shockingly vile murder. A local man was found with cuts on both sides of his neck, forcing him to drown in his own blood like a fish dragged on land. A resident came home earlier than usual, only to stumble upon the landlord in his own blood, devoid of any life. It was at this very moment that he gazed upon a huge shadow making a horrifying whistling sound. If he hadn't screamed at the top of his lungs before passing out, they could very well have been another victim. It is said that the story was heavily downplayed. Even newspapers took a step back so as not to spread the word. Obviously, as is always the case, the rumors and murmurs stemming from such activity only further stoked the flames. Sounds like a B-movie. According to all known laws of aviation, a bee should not be able to fly. Many theories about the motive for the murder were flying around, as was a list of suspects. However, over time, people quickly forgot about it and lost interest. As the popular topic discussion changed, only a select few remained curious. Most simply chose to move on and forget. Which side are you on? I can only tell you that it had nothing to do with it. You're making yourself look very suspicious when you say it like that. He stretches his arms out in front of himself as if he has no intention of further dwelling on the subject. I'd reckon that the Kangen district holds many secrets that you may find very intriguing. The same kind of intriguing as people who've been gutted like a fish. 20 or so years ago, a group of people ran into something there. Some of the elderly tried to settle down in that area several times, yet they never stayed for more than a month. They wanted to go into hiding and live in isolation with as little contact to the outside world as possible. Yet, even a group like that did not manage to stay there. That's odd, isn't it? Why couldn't they? From what I've gathered, it's the perfect place for that kind of thing. There aren't even any security guards. We thought the same right up until we laid eyes upon one of the men in hospital undergoing emergency surgery. It was a harsh way of being confronted with reality. No one was ever quite able to figure out what happened to him, only that stepping inside for even a short time was enough to cause grievous bodily harm. Sounds like a virus that attacks the immune system. An appropriate metaphor. Though I'm unsure if that is actually the case, it is a truly fitting description. So the body displayed symptoms of rejecting something. That's very interesting. That particular incident marked the end of our endeavors there. Afterwards, the area became a no-go zone for us. Well, it already was when I joined them anyway. It's always I've always been intrigued by this, yet every time I make an inquiry, I'm given the cold shoulder. So that threw a wrench into the ongoing construction plans? Well, you will have to figure out the rest of this mystery yourself. I'm afraid I won't be of much help in that regard. Maybe you could get us some information on it and bring it with you next time? It could prove really useful. Such things are beyond my control, I'm afraid. Though I'd wager that would only confuse us both even further, even if I happen to stumble across such information. I wasn't being completely serious anyway. What you dropped off today is going to keep me busy for quite a while. Well, do not let me take up any more of your valuable time then. If there's any pleasant news, please be sure to share it with me. There hasn't been a lot of good news lately, but I'll try my best. It's highly appreciated. Have a nice day. After his unannounced visit, he turns away and leaves just as quickly as he appeared. All he really does is deliver all these books. And he always carries around that strange briefcase. The books are the least of my concerns right now. I'm more worried about the things he said. The Kanglian district sounds like a dangerous breeding ground for trouble. This case appears to be much more complex and dangerous than I thought. Let's see how today's investigation turns out. Ooh, more books? More books. For 42 suggestions for practicing medicine abroad. Of our 32-page booklet, the cover appears to be hand-drawn. It's small and could easily fit into any pocket, indicating that the author intended for it to be read on the go. The old Red Cross logo is printed on the back of the book, but it looks more like a Red Crucian. The book describes medical techniques and a practical application in the wild as well as in more populated areas. Humorous illustrations show the different possibilities of failure. In the book, the author mentions several ways of dealing with bizarre wounds. The illustrations show strange wounds that couldn't have been caused by a common knife or firearm. There's a list of various secret herbal remedies for different internal diseases, often used by ancient indigenous cultures around the world, as well as a variety of traditional massage techniques that are said to be effective. The author wants us not to abandon common sense and rational thinking when it comes to treatment methods, because many things can't be explained by blindly putting our faith in science. If your patient shows signs of physical deterioration for no immediately apparent reason, then they are likely to be suffering from a grave condition. Please take adequate care of them and stay vigilant. This is a serious matter, and there are ancient historic records that mention people dying from it without anybody having seen it come. Oh, okay. What about this one? Self-analysis, self-evaluation, and self-cognition. I'm so tired. A book with a black cover and bronze lettering. The author is unknown. The brief introduction as well as the full text is written in German! And it is an extensive tablet of contents with all the different chapters. The book mainly revolves around the theme of the world and the self, and contains opinions on a wide variety of philosophical topics. The author's point of view is extremely idealistic and definitely not shared by the general population. The author believes that our perception of the world is actively shaped and altered by all the other people surrounding us. Thus, after being born, humans only have a very short window of time in which they can experience the world in their own unbiased way, unswayed by others. Before others influence us, we have infinitive ways of looking at the world around us. Our lower self, however, cannot fully carry the burden of such limitless imagination, thus creating the world's containment. Try to imagine a world filled with the same endless potential as your pristine, untouched mind. Return to the same state of mind you were in before you let others shape it. That's the way to truly bring about actual change. Analyzing and dissecting our ego is the only way to true ascension and self-improvement. Becoming aware of our artificial limits and the shackles put on us by never thinking by ourselves allows us to truly embrace who we are and make a change. I like that there's the /I to stop it being written in italics. The book's last page once contained a self-portrait of the author, but it has been scratched out with a knife, leaving behind only blots of ink. Ooh, that's only slightly scary. 7 C's! The obvious trace is that this book has been read a lot. It looks ancient even though it isn't an original, but just a transcript of it. The whole text is a vertically arranged ballad using simple Chinese characters with a rhythm, beat, and harmonies added on the side. Much of the ballad is about a fantastical being named Great Mother. She blesses the ships that head out to sea, controls all living things in the ocean, and disperses storms and other potentially dangerous weather. The description makes her sound quite omnipotent. Oh, that is funny. I literally read a book just last week. I finished reading it last week. It's called... what was it called? Into the Sea? Which was a kind of retelling. Which used the motifs of mermaids and also the concept of the Great Mother from a very African standpoint, from African stories, where the main character was one of the mermaids under the Great Mother's command is maybe the wrong way to say it, and they made sure to pray and take care of the people who would perish at sea, to make sure the souls returned to the ultimate being who was responsible for every life on Earth and stuff. It was really good. It was a great book. I liked it. It's a young adult book, a little fantastical as well. I only have one gripe with it. I thought it was a book that's done with after it's done, and then it's like, hey, here's a preview to the second book in a row. I'm like, what do you mean? It continues? It would have been such a nice ending. No need to continue it, but there's a continuation, and it's coming out next month, I think, and now I have to buy it. Because I do want to know how they continue it, but I can't really see how they would continue it without making the ending of the first book still make sense. Without spoiling anything, it's a little weird, but alright. But yeah, it's one of the books I bought in April, yeah. I bought it because the cover looked nice and the review said it was good. It's not a fave, but I enjoyed reading it. I got through it in like 3 days. Like 3 days of always reading for like 1 hour a day. It had maybe 400 pages? Something along those lines, so nothing too long. But I'm assuming they're talking about the same Great Mother. The ballad has clear instructions on how to ask for a blessing. While asking for whatever it is you want her to help you with, you make a promise to fulfill a certain condition. An example is given. Come to me, Great Mother. Return me safely from the sea. I'll give you tea. I'll bring you meat. Great Mother in a black dress, please come to me. Judging from the numbers, there should be 9 songs. Oddly enough, the book only contains 6 songs. The other 3 are nowhere to be found, and it's not like any pages have been removed. I hate when something has a really satisfying ending and then they continue it. Yeah. It's like not everything needs a continuation necessarily. But I feel like most of the time it's not even the author's fault. It's just whoever's publishing the stories, they're like, no, we want you to continue this. And you're just sitting there like, it wasn't needed. It really wasn't needed. But I'll read it. I probably get it at some point and read it, and then I'll see about it. Wow, it's so much messier than I thought it would be. The entrance to the alley is quite narrow. Nico sighs. Pity we couldn't do this via search engine. Watch your step. Who knows what could be littered across the ground here. So dirty, so messy. I want to go back. Are you a 3-year-old? You complain just as much. We're already here, so let's just get this over with. Here, these are the things you asked for. Wait, I thought it was basically just a system refresh for the phone. Who do you think I am? Why have so many parts if you're not going to use them? I didn't expect it to be this small. How long will it work? It'll work until you're bored of it. Do you know how long the energy consumption of a recorder is? The quality of this thing is way worse, so a simple battery will keep it powered for a few days.
Just put it wherever you feel you need it, remove the tape on the back and press the switch and the signal will come back to me. If you're worried about it being tracked, you can throw it away later.
Okay.
What? No more comments? First things first, I don't have a warranty to cover this. I only had a limited budget for the parts, so I had to make do.
Nico, this isn't the first time you've done something like this, is it?
Well, this time there's a budget, and I'm, on the store manager site. Come to think of it, it's thanks to these gadgets that I was able to get to know the manager and live the life that I'm living now.
No wonder he approached you for help.
It's because science and technology have advanced so quickly over the past few years that old people like him can't handle it anymore. In his eyes, I'm probably a sorcerer.
I can't imagine a picture somehow.
Even though he's cooped up at home, it doesn't mean we have to be. Lighten up a bit, your eyes are glazing over.
Did he tell you anything about me?
Well, a little. To be honest, there are plenty of things he doesn't have a clue about.
I can't stand nosy people.
So this isn't a problem for you?
What do you mean?
If you keep investigating, you might find yourself in the same situation as your previous master. After all, the deaths are so similar and they were never properly wrapped up. If you ask me, there's a good chance that there's a connection there.
You seem to have done your homework.
Just wait until curiosity kills me. My name means cat after all.
It doesn't matter. What the old fool did had nothing to do with me.
All I know is that no matter what we find out next, I'm going to keep going and like him. Pity. Such a pain in the...
What?
Nothing. So, what's next?
Let's split up. I'll hide a camera nearby and you take care of the other locations. After that, I'll start questioning nearby residents and you can wait by the entrance to the community.
Sure sounds like I've got a real important role, huh?
How am I supposed to act like a regular cop if I'm sitting around with you? Wait for me and text me if anything goes wrong. Remember the signals?
2 for all good, 3 for retreat, a phone call means help. Why can't I just send any number in a pinch?
We don't want any hasty mistakes to happen. We have a good cover, but once it's blown for good. We can only play this card once, so let's not waste it.
If you call me, I run first and talk later.
Anyway, let's just play our parts. Exuding an aura of youthful carelessness, Nico slips away into the shadows, appropriately cat-like. Justin takes a satisfied look at the soon-to-be surveillance equipment. Alright, let's get to work. One of those two, okay? The first time I met Nico, she was holding onto a backpack for dear life, even though she was hungry, cold and alone. A runaway orphan with nothing but her exceptional knack for technology to her name. Because of her life during those days, she knows every nook and cranny in the city. Justin might know his way around too, but there's a big difference between staying hidden and blending in with the crowd. And that's just considering the normal parts of the city. The deliverer's words still bother me. But as always, there's no use in rushing things. I don't think I have the ability to blend in with the crowd like Nico does. The sun right outside the door is already too dangerous for me. Besides, if I go out... What would happen then? I have this unpleasant feeling in my gut, but I can't quite wrap my hand around it. I should forget about it and just wait it out. Wait, so he can't go out, but he's not even properly sure why he can't?
Huh?
Rather than getting myself all worked up, I need to calm down and prepare myself for what's coming. I rifle through the cluttered papers on the desk and retrieve the photos Justin left. The house is more recognizable than Nico imagined it to be. Whether it's the height or the rather unusual shape of the building, it's very different from the mass all around it. It's as if it's resisting its surroundings rather than having been forgotten. Even the chaos around it hasn't managed to engulf it yet. She wasn't too surprised to learn that there were only 2 elderly people living in the entire building. The strange part would be if there weren't any secrets hidden inside. Nico places the camera on the edge of a utility pole right outside the building. The trees on either side of the road offer a lot of spots to hide and observe from. But that won't be enough. Justin may have many creative ideas, but Nico has her own concerns. It'll be frustrating because then you couldn't go about fixing it, right? It's like... I don't even know what the problem seems to be. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. The rust and dust on the windows makes a state of occupancy obvious. As far as Nico can remember, elderly folks are always up early, so the only 2 occupants of the place probably are 2. Seems like a good start so far, but meeting strangers in this building 2 days in a row might seem a little suspicious. Nico pushes open the half-open door to the building. The humidity in the air makes her frown. Maybe the residents cleaned the corridor, which doesn't seem much out of the ordinary. Just like Justin said, the wall of the corridor has dark marks along the bottom. The small light bulbs overhead aren't very bright, and even if they were, they wouldn't light up the place entirely, so this is pretty much a blind spot. The dude is cursed, I guess. Yeah, but I wonder what kind of cursed? Why? The biggest, listen, I'm gonna be very honest. The biggest problem is I scroll through the community tab for this game on Steam a little bit in hopes of, finding out some stuff. Like, finding out a good guide that was like, hey, this is what you have to do, so we get the correct endings. And all I found were people posting CGs and screenshots of the game untagged, No regards for spoiler tags at all, even though Steam gives you the option to tag stuff as spoilers. And I have no fucking clue what any of those mean. Obviously, we're at the start of chapter 2 still. We're not really that far into the game, so... I hate that. That's actually worse than, getting outright spoiled for what happens, because at least that way it would make sense and you can anticipate it happening. But now it's just like, I don't know what any of these screenshots mean, but I sure have them in the back of my mind all the time. Nico puts the mat aside for now and makes her way up the stairs. And she gets a nice 3D animation as well. The doors on either side of the 4th floor are closed, and though it's close to lunchtime, it doesn't smell like cooking. Nico presses her ear against the door to apartment 412. The stale smell of rust mixed with mold filling her nostrils. Ew. Although she's so close to the door, she can hear nothing from inside. There's no sound of human activity, so it looks like Justin's worries about getting caught are unfounded, at least for now. The lock isn't very sophisticated, but that's not the goal today. God, my hiccups are so bad today. 3 more floors left to check. The door to the rooftop is still locked, and the chain in front of it is pretty thick. However, it only has a small number of links, so it seems as if the person who placed it there didn't intend to keep it locked forever. Despite the rusty parts, the keyhole is covered in bright scratches, and the hinges seem to be working just fine. That means the door is used regularly. Seems like a few pieces of wire won't do the trick here, but the door is evidently still in working order. Since it can't be opened, there's one last thing to be checked. Nico grabs her phone, switches to flashlight mode, and points it at the door. She didn't have enough money to buy a purple flashlight, so she has to cover the lens with a piece of tape so that she painted with a marker beforehand. They aren't very obvious, but there are definitely some brown spots near the doorframe. Nico tries to reassure herself that the blood could be from a chicken or duck. Some kind of detergent would probably look the same under the violet light as well. This thought does nothing to ease her trembling hands. With the help of the purple light and a brush, Nico gently swipes up some of the particles. Since Justin is in the loop now, maybe he'll be able to find a place to have these tested. It shouldn't be any trouble if it's mixed with a little dirt. Whatever it may be, she can't draw any conclusions from it yet. Justin hasn't sent any messages so far, so he's probably still checking in with the neighbors about the situation. Although the detective told her to wait at the entrance to the community, he obviously underestimated how worked up Nico is about this whole affair. There's still enough time left to try and break open the lock. Nico gets up and observes the keyhole carefully. What the fuck? I was about to say, she's observing it carefully. What's that sound? What's that sound? The noise makes Justin look up from the conversation. It's probably a garbage truck again. It's so noisy. Seems like it. This place is such a headache, and it's been extraordinarily noisy lately. The man in front of him looks up and heaves a sigh. That a man in his 20s would choose to stay in such a place is somewhat suspicious, but Justin doesn't have the time to worry about that right now. Some questions have to be asked, and some questions you have to keep to yourself. That's the first rule of successfully playing a part. He didn't identify himself to the tenant, although Nico gave him some information in this regard, but started asking a lot of questions instead, as if my tongue is running away from me today. As if he were familiar with the place. In a place like this, there's only a small chance of tenants trying to get to know the landlords, which gives Justin a perfect opportunity to take advantage of the situation. By forging some documents, the detective has turned into a spy. As long as he chooses the right words, the tightrope won't be impossible to walk. The most important thing is to make sure that you know what you're getting yourself into. This place might be cheap, but if you have a shady landlord, someone might come calling. Someone like me. What? I don't want any trouble. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. No need to apologize. This isn't about you, so don't take it personally. I'd just like to ask a couple of questions, if I may. Oh, I guess it's my duty as a resident to assist in your investigation. Justin would very much like to know about the residents' thing that the investigation is about. All he did was ask about the condition of the neighborhood in a very direct manner, and the resident immediately changed their attitude as if they knew something. This all seems rather fishy. I hope it stays away from the fridge because it's always running too and you have a hard time catching it. Ha 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 ha. What was the first time I heard this fucking joke? I think the first time I heard the "is your fridge running" joke was actually Wizards of Waverly Place. But because I watched it on TV here, I only saw the German version of it, right? And surprisingly enough, it would work. If you do it properly, it would work in German as well. I just sat there wondering, like, what's so funny? Why is there a laugh track playing until I finally got it? My throat hurts. No, he doesn't come here very often. He just yells at me to call someone else to fix my plumbing and electrical problems.
Thank you for the pet.
So he never got along exceptionally well. Well, it might be too much to ask in a place like this. But I don't mean to complain. By the way, do you know if the access to the roof of this building is blocked? Huh? No, really. Did you want to go up there? Never mind. Do you know the buildings nearby? Have you ever heard of anyone who keeps birds, maybe pigeons on the rooftop? I'm afraid pigeons wouldn't even learn to fly in such a cramped space, but I heard that some homeless people who were staying on the roof were kicked out several times. This is the perfect chance to talk about what Justin really wants to know. He rearranges his thoughts, trying to continue the conversation as naturally as possible. Oh, do you mean that tall building? No, I mean the other one. Hardly anyone lives over there, since nobody really likes to talk about it. I never go there either. So you've heard rumors, since you can't see that building's rooftop from over here? I heard that sometimes there are strange noises upstairs. It scares the children around the neighborhood, and sometimes you can hear the sound of a violin too, which sounds even more creepy. A violin? It's nice to know that the residents here are into classical music. You prank called them. And what did they say? It was just a comparison. I've heard that it sounds completely out of tune, almost like an animal. Apparently it's been happening a lot over the past month. Are there any walls there? No. How do you hold up the roof? Oh my god. They hung up. Yeah? Yeah, I think I probably would have done the same as well. If someone started calling me and didn't even order anything but just wanted to make a joke like that, I think I would have hung up on them as well. I get a shiver down my spine just thinking about it. So when it comes down to it, you don't think there's a chance of someone hiding up there, do you? I didn't say that. After all, I don't know what exactly you're looking for. There's probably a lot of empty apartments and spaces around here, so I really couldn't say. To be honest, I've seen some strange faces wandering around here lately. It looked like they were all heading to that side of the building.
Thank you for the pet and the higher time. Thank you.
And you didn't mention this until now? That's because, I don't know. Strangers aren't that unusual around here. After all, a lot of people live in the area and they move in and out frequently. I wouldn't be particularly surprised if a new family suddenly moved in opposite me tomorrow. But the group of people I saw was different. They didn't seem like the kind of people that would be looking for an apartment around here. Oh, could you be more specific? They're often groups of students or colleagues who run a place together to cut their expenses, but they're never ever more than 3 people. The group I saw consisted of about 1,000 people and they all seemed to know each other. They could have called back and prank called me and I wouldn't have to deal with it. Maybe some shady company's using the space as a cheap place to rent, who knows? But then they would appear more often, I suppose. I don't really keep track of them though. Is that why you think they're not like the usual tenants? Well, yeah. Usually tenants wouldn't be hanging around the trash cans for no reason, would they? They're always hanging around in groups of 5. If it weren't for their neat clothing, they'd look like a bunch of garbage collectors. They hang around the trash cans. Do they look through the trash? I don't know. I didn't want them to see me staring, you know? Okay. Do you remember anything else that seemed out of the ordinary? They look like the average residents, except for the fact that they're always hanging around in groups. Oh, but I did notice that they carry yellow handkerchiefs. Yellow handkerchiefs? You just carry them around in their pockets. I mean... yeah, where would you put your handkerchief? Your head? Your nose? There seems to be a lot going on around here, and the trash can seems to be a popular meeting spot. Should I maybe call the police? Those people might be up to no good. Poking the bear only makes things worse, and you don't want any trouble, do you? This has to be handled one step at a time. I'll trust that you do a good job. That's all for now. You might not see each other very often, but please keep an eye out in case you notice your landlord acting strangely. Sooner or later, his curiosity will get the better of him. The detective decides to leave it at that and continues his investigation in the other buildings. How will I get in contact with you? I mean, if there's a problem, I'm not supposed to call the police. Don't worry, I'll give you my number. What? What's wrong? It's nothing. Here, this is it. Justin calmly holds up his phone to show the man his number. For occasions such as these, it's always convenient to have 5 or 6 different phone numbers. Flustered, the man looks at the long list of phone numbers on Justin's phone. Got it? I won't take up any more of your time then. Take care. The detective takes his phone back, sliding it into his pocket as he steps away. No problem, take care. After taking out his phone again, the detective's hands begin to shake. Before he left, he set his phone to only ring in case Nico messaged him. It has remained silent ever since, yet now there are a lot of unread messages on it. 3 alerts, all from the store manager. Of course, he'd been at Hermitage when they were preparing the operation, but it never occurred to Justin that he would send any instructions. But why is he suddenly asking us to retreat? What? Why? How both of them returned safely. What's wrong? Oh! Who the fuck are you? You're a new guy. That's nothing. I'll smile and shove my phone back into my pocket. The strange guest seems a little unhappy about this, but he doesn't say anything else. The visitor has an unremarkable face and is wearing everyday clothes. He would disappear in a crowd in a matter of seconds. Ever since he entered the shop, this man has been extremely cautious and trying to keep a safe distance from everything around him, but his behavior disappeared the moment he opened his mouth. Unfortunately, nobody takes much notice of our store out here. At least it hasn't yet taken on the scent of alcohol from the alleyway outside. He must be wanting something in the store pretty badly to come all the way out here. We have our channels of information and letters here. The rest is quite simple. Sure, sounds like a convenient method of getting information. Don't you have quite a powerful contact as well? I'd like to have a friend who can get his hands on so many precious books. We have a business license, you know? Although the place might not be in the best condition, everything you find on the shelves is legal. So, books like the history of cannibalism are legal too. I mean... yes? They had to be legal at some point to get printed, right? Luckily, I sent a message to the others straight away and told them to retreat. Cold sweat is tingling at the base of my neck. The world is full of coincidences. The stranger pushes the book back onto the shelf, gently readjusting the bookends on either side. Your boss doesn't seem like a bad guy, so there's no need for you to act all tough. I can recite every book he brought here, although that doesn't have anything to do with you. But deliberately hiding something from us is a different matter, and to be honest, I wouldn't recommend it. Nowadays, young people will basically believe anything they see in the news or the internet, but I'm long past that. It was a nice speech on your part, but do you really think I'm so easily intimidated? Just because the act in a book is illegal doesn't make the book itself illegal. Very true. I have no idea what these two are talking about. Not a single fucking clue. Why is all of this even necessary? It's just a book and I don't even need to take it with me, but the knowledge hidden within its pages could be helpful to many people. I don't know what kind of deal you made with that guy. If it will get you into trouble if I borrow it, why not let me have a look at it here? I realize that threatening you won't do me any good. Really? It sure seems like that was what you had in mind, considering that thing in your pocket.
Is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me?
He answers my questions with silence, but his hand doesn't leave his pocket. You don't seem like a particularly honest person, but that's not really my concern. You see, some knowledge is inherently dangerous, and the people who desire this knowledge never have the best intentions. And I think that whatever you're holding in your right hand could be worse than your grim visage. That's what I'm really concerned about. How dare you say that to someone's face? I mean, turn around and I'll say it to your ass as well. It would be in poor taste to outnumber you, but I'd rather not make a scene if I can help it. However, if you keep resisting a cooperation, then this won't end well for your companions running around out there. Security isn't good in that area, so no one will notice if you just disappear. That ominous statement gives me instant goosebumps. The way he said out there sounded like he only has rudimentary information. Besides, if they'd already caught Nico and Justin, there would be no need to be so polite to me now. I clench my fists and it takes everything I have not to act on impulse. I've been wondering whether you might have made a mistake from the very beginning. Companions. I'm just a caretaker entrusted with keeping this place in order, and the stuff you see around here is really all I'm involved in. Oh, is that so? There's nothing else for it. I put on a nonchalant face and shrugged dismissively. The visitor furrows his brow as he pulls out his phone and heads for the door as if wanting to confirm something with someone. Naturally, he isn't the only one who wants to check on the situation, but neither Nico nor Justin are replying to my messages. With an ominous feeling in the pit of my stomach, I put away my phone and try to regain my composure by taking several deep breaths. It isn't long before the unexpected visitor returns, still sporting a poker face not unlike the one the book deliverer usually wears. Alright, I don't want to keep repeating myself. He sounds as if he's making an extremely reluctant compromise. I guess it hasn't come to the worst yet then. Maybe we're both taking this a little too seriously. I don't want to repeat myself either. I only care about the books that are kept here, and I understand the weight of the knowledge they bring with them. So, if this is truly important to you, prove it to me. Sticking to your principles so narrow-mindedly will cost you dearly sooner or later. As long as I remain the only person who knows on which shelf each book can be found at Hermitage, fate will allow me to be a little stubborn. And we visionaries have to pick up the pieces. Oh. You know, layman, you know the kind of things we've done. Order, member. Order? What order? Troublemakers attract each other. Now I finally understand what that means. You know what happens if people like us screw things up, don't you? Rags and dustbins won't be enough to clean up the mess. This isn't something that can be solved by brute force, believe me, we've tried. So, you're looking to gain more knowledge? We thought it was the one thing we had enough of. I don't know how well you know that friend of yours, but he's definitely not as respectable as he looks. In any case, you're right. We need more professional knowledge. We may have relied on our elders in the past, but nowadays we have to rely on books. After more than 20 years, time is running out. The police are smart, but if they don't get it right, we won't be the only ones who suffer. You're not going to try to convince me something like people's lives are at stake, are you? Every time I listen to you, I ask myself, how did someone like you end up in a place like this actually taking care of things? What a statement. But yes, I can understand your sense of urgency now. The man shrugs and smiles maliciously. Which books are you looking for anyway? The guy brings an entire library with him every time he visits, and I can't promise that he labels the books correctly every time. I pull a volume called Ancient Prescriptions from the bookshelf to prove my point. What a mess. We're looking for a Chinese book related to stargazing, which describes how to observe a certain area of the sky with traditional techniques to analyze time. It's written with a special complexity, so it's rather difficult to understand without any additional study. Do you know approximately when it was published or which language it is written in? And are there specific writing elements such as poetic or autobiographical paragraphs in it? Those are a lot of questions just to find a book. Well, the more information about a book that you have, the easier it is to find one singular book out of the thousands of millions of books there are out there. Oh, have you heard of the books with the cats in it? The same fucking thing. Have you heard of the books with the cats in it? I can tell you of a lot of books with cats in it. Duh. If you just want an ordinary book on stargazing, I have a shelf of them over here. The book describes a ritual that, if executed successfully, may achieve remarkable things. I remember that it had some illustrations, but they weren't very well drawn. And by remarkable, you mean leaving this world, the one thing we failed to achieve? He likes to go through them all hand by hand, look at the covers. He's just mad he won't have an excuse to do that now. Once the ceremony has been completed, you're taken to a whole new realm. Believe it or not, there's a place that is truly free of pain and sorrow. A spiritual transcendence. No, it's a pure kind of detachment. Staying in this world has no spiritual or physical value at all. Sounds like running away. Of course you wouldn't understand. Just help us and no one will get hurt, okay? I think I know which book you're talking about. I'll go find it for you. I try to act as if it suddenly dawned on me and gently push the strange guest away from the bookshelf where he is standing. Looking very sure of himself, his eyes wander across the room. I use the opportunity to take a copy of the halberd and hide it on the top shelf. I have to eliminate any chance of him finding what he's looking for. I pick some plausible alternatives from the shelves and place them on the desk. Chinese, non-classical, articles, it's all there. The strange guest tries to remain calm, but I can see the muscles in his jaw twitching. He takes a stack of books and lays them out on her desk one by one, bending over to examine them as if he were looking for hidden treasure. It isn't long before his poker face crumbles. He looks displeased. Is something wrong? Are you sure these are all the books you have? These are all the books that fit your description. If you don't mind reading foreign languages, then I do have some good ones like 100 Milliarden Sonnen as well. What would I want with rubbish like that? His voice is low and threatening. Yeah, okay. What would I want with rubbish like that? I stand my ground and put on an innocent face. You shouldn't call somebody's honest efforts rubbish. However, I do apologize for not having everything here. Look again. Look in the bag! Look if you have it in the bag! Sir, the bag is just basically a break room. We don't actually keep... Look in the bag or I'll call your manager. If this man had a switch, it would be switched to angry right now. Actually, it might be broken altogether. Just as expected, the next step is to wear him down. I put on a helpless smile and make room for him next to the shelf. Alright, let's take a look together. Don't come back here. That guy really gets on my nerves sometimes. First telling us to come back, then saying to stay away. What is it that he actually wants? Nico shoves the phone back into her pocket, kicking around some pebbles at her feet. The loud noise downstairs was nothing of importance. After carefully checking that the air was clear, Nico tiptoed down the stairs only to find that a sanitation worker was emptying the garbage cans outside. Perhaps Justin and the store manager are rubbing off on her and she's becoming more nervous herself. This could have gone really wrong. The narrow corridor isn't broad enough for more than one person, so if one of the residents had come home at the very moment, Nico would have been trapped. Rushing down the stairs in a panic like that was a bad idea. The corridor is dark and the sanitation worker outside seems not to notice Nico. He rummages through the trash can, then closes the lid again and leaves. Oddly enough, he didn't take a single bag with him. Nico covers her nose and lifts up the lid of the trash can. The smell isn't as bad as expected. The large plastic container is mostly empty. That doesn't make sense. Even if there are only two people living in the building, they still produce waste, so the trash cans should be full. The rim of the trash cans are stained and it does look as if they've been used a lot, but apparently this place isn't refined enough to use plastic bags. She closes the lid again and clasps her hands together vigorously, trying to get the dirt off them. The sanitation worker also took a look, indicating that there should have been litter here. Did someone take it away before the garbage disposal arrived? An intriguing thought. Nico crouches down and scans the ground around the trash can for further clues. Huh? Something seems to be lying between the uncut grass and damp leaves. It's mixed in with some pieces of plastic packaging that clearly strayed off course as they were being thrown away. Further proof of Nico's suspicions. Nico steps over a branch and begins to pick through the plastic on the ground. The wet grass has made even more of a mess of everything. Even so, she quickly picks out the thing that caught her eye. This can only mean trouble. Ignoring the smell, she hastily wipes the object off with a paper towel and stuffs it into her pocket. She has paper towels with her. She opens the trash can. She does not use the paper towels to clean her hands, but she immediately uses a paper towel to clean the thing she just got out of the trash can. That makes sense, sure. Since the store manager gave instructions, it would probably be best to meet up with Justin at the entrance of the community. I wonder what he'll have to say about this. Meanwhile, the kids on the street are growing more and more apprehensive. Who the fuck cares about the kids on the street? What are you talking about? Having to wait around outside for hours on end? You know, you really could be a little clearer about what's going on next time. Next time? Good God, I hope there won't be a next time. Ugh, I'm starving. Believe me, I don't feel good about having you stand there for such a long time, but that was our only option. I didn't even realize that it was that long. After a rollercoaster ride of a day, the three of us have reunited at Hermitage again at last. The unwanted guest searched the bookstore all afternoon. I kept a close eye on him until he lost his motivation and finally decided to give up. He looked frustrated and annoyed when he left, but most importantly, he didn't find the hallway. Having to play dumb while he was asking questions throughout his whole visit has taken a hefty mental toll on me. It sounded serious, so speak up. What's going on? You're still breathing, no broken bones, everything seems okay, at least for now, right? For the time being, yeah. But I'm still glad I sent you a message in advance. I noticed a bunch of people outside when I came back. Does that have anything to do with what you were saying? Hold on a minute, what? Justin glares at Nico. A bad idea as it turns out, as Nico quickly grabs him by the collar and raises her voice. Did you think I was dragging you along to buy ice cream or something? You idiot, do you think I can control my appetite? No, but how could anyone even be thinking about ice cream in this weather? You can eat ice cream with whatever weather you want. Ice cream is about the experience of having ice cream. It really does not matter if it's raining or if there's the sun out. It's ice cream. It's just ice cream. Alright, you two come now. Everyone's in one piece, that's what counts. Anyway, back to those people Nico talked about. I actually think there could be a connection. You're not stirring up trouble with the locals, are you? Provoking them? People like that don't necessarily abide by any laws. This is a series of murder cases. Danger comes with the territory. You have to admit that it reaches a new level when the danger's at your doorstep. The guy might not be the actual culprit, but there's still a connection somehow. That became apparent when he explicitly mentioned the Kangnam district. If he hadn't, I'd have thought he was just another slightly weird and unsavory customer. I'm used to those after all. It sounds like he knew who we are and what we're up to. He must have been trying to intimidate us, right? It was hard to tell how many details he actually knew and how much of it was just a bluff. Same goes for hot chocolate. Yeah! I have... Oh, wait! Hold on! You just reminded me of something. 1 second. I didn't finish all of my not hot chocolate. I didn't finish all of my chocolate milk yesterday. Thanks. I almost forgot about it. Threatening us and looking for the book already proves that he's involved. He's up to something. Yeah, him looking for is all the information we need. The more you know, the more you're in danger. I don't know how much I can help. My knowledge on the topic is limited, to say the least. We can't draw any conclusions yet, but him showing up here was all I needed to be convinced that we're on the right track. You're still speaking about it in such an analytical way, even though we've kicked the hornet's nest for real now. Don't worry, I'm well aware that I was lucky and things probably won't end this peacefully if they come calling again. So what's our next move? We need to compile the information we have to finally make sense of everything. I place my hands on their shoulders. Let's hear it. What have you two found out? Until my hiccups are not getting better, that's what we found out. Oh, this is bad.
Yeah! Go make yourself some hot chocky. Hot chocky is so good.
The residents have noticed an increasing amount of suspicious characters hanging around the neighborhood. They're patrolling the area, at least that's what the residents are saying, but they don't carry around anything suspicious.
So, no bags or anything.
Carrying around dead bodies takes more than just a bunch of shopping bags, wouldn't you say? Constantly running around the area already casts more than enough suspicion on them. I don't have the surveillance footage, so I can't say anything for certain yet. That's something I can't figure out just by questioning the residents.
I wouldn't say that.
Oh, do you find anything?
Didn't you mention that they were wearing strange clothes?
Not really, apart from the yellow handkerchiefs in their pockets.
I see.
What about you?
After I placed the camera, I went to the empty building and stayed there for a while. Though I couldn't confirm what I had originally set out to, I noticed something else, something unexpected.
Nico takes a picture out of her pocket and places it on the table.
What?
Isn't this a family photo? Oh, you recognize it? I saw this photo at a woman's apartment yesterday. It's her husband and their son, David, in the middle. The neighbor next door said that they both died a long time ago. Is that so? I was careful with it. It looks old and time had taken its toll on it. A family of 3, dressed in simple clothes. They don't look very happy. At least the child's eyes are still full of life. What is this? There's some strange reflective marks on the heads of the 2 adults. After a closer look, it becomes apparent that they're the result of tiny scratches. Someone seems to have written something on it with a pen, then wiped the ink off, only leaving the scratch marks of the pen behind. I tear a page out of my notebook and meticulously redraw the marks. Unsurprisingly, they form a subtle pattern. Subtle. I feel as if I've seen the same pattern in a book before. It might be a good idea to check again. Where did you find it?
By a trash can in the area. The trash seems to get picked up awfully diligently there.
Why is that? The neighborhood committee is still working hard in regards to hygiene? That's unlikely.
Without the sanitation workers, there's no one to pick up the trash, right?
Do you think someone's going through the trash? That's the reason why it disappears so quickly?
There are traces of blood on the rooftop. You know, people who can analyze that and run tests, right?
If all our assumptions are correct, that building is the ideal place for someone to carry out the dirty work in secret. Yet the nearby residents never notice anyone suspicious? Come on, Justin, use your brain just this once, or do you need me to spoon-feed you the truth bit by bit? You seem to have tunnel vision. Think outside the constraints of your work as a private investigator, otherwise it might cause you trouble in the future. Huh? Why are you guys suddenly ganging up on me?
I don't have the nerve to explain everything. Could you do it on us?
Doesn't seem like I have any other choice. The man who came to Hermitage today seems to have a lot of connections to the Kangnan district. He seemed ready to do whatever it takes to reach his goal. I wouldn't put such heinous crimes past those people, but even if they actually had a motive for those murders, how did they carry the bodies out of the building to where they were discovered? To establish a direct connection between the building and the murders, there would have to be a way to carry bodies out of there without anyone noticing. What exactly is going on in that neighborhood? Alright, I want the drag marks in the hallway. How do I... Oh, that won't work with the controller, okay. Well, I use the mouse then. And the whereabouts of the suspicious people. And the empty garbage cans. Go! Mass murder! Oh. No! We have a few solid facts to build on. Suspicious drag marks were found in a stairway, the way to the roof is locked up awfully securely, and the person who got involved with the building has been murdered. We have to pull all of that together. Why does it keep... Hello? Confirm our suspicions. It keeps telling me out, hello? If we assume the actual murder happened on site, then the homeless man who died must have been transported away from there somehow.
It's impossible to pull something like that off in a regular residential building that's swarming with people, so other buildings are out of the question.
Why? If you're a stranger, wouldn't people pay less attention to you?
The reports mention the victim's excessive blood loss rate. If they went through the sewers, they'd stink up the place. It's too noticeable. The building seems out of place and very desolate, even by the low standards in that district.
You came to the conclusion that nobody has been carrying anything suspicious, which seems to conflict with our earlier assumptions. But Nico's answer provides a way for both theories to make sense. Which is to say, everything makes sense if we assume that the person carrying the bodies didn't arouse suspicion. Like a garbage collector. A car wouldn't fit through any of the narrow streets though, but one of those cleaning tricycles used for garbage collection could be used to transport something without anyone looking twice. What? What did you clip? Mass murder? Theme song. That would be a good explanation as to why people are skeptical of the garbage collectors and why things aren't working according to schedule. The situation there gives a whole new meaning to taking out the trash. It's easier to get your hands on something that looks like a garbage truck or garbage rickshaw in this case, and people would never notice if there was one more than usual driving around. They don't care where it comes from as long as it gets rid of their trash. So those people have disguised accomplices helping them get rid of their evidence. Almost back for ringtone. Wouldn't it be a little, I don't know, bad if you had that kind of ringtone in public? Like imagine you're just riding a train and your phone goes off and just mass murder, mass murder. Why am I doing the Totoro melody? That's not Totoro anymore. What am I doing?
Move the body out of the area via garbage collection and dump it somewhere else. Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
The murdered plumber was found at the garbage dump.
Apart from that, this disguise allows easy access to a lot of other areas too.
You think the same thing happened to Mrs. Young?
You're right. If they'd used garbage transports, nobody would have paid any attention to it. I should find a way to get a second look at the security footage of the area from that time. There's an awful lot of rickshaws around. It'd take ages for you to spot the right one.
It's a shame there's no surveillance in the district. If only Nico could have pulled it off.
But you're glad that I got out of there, ain't ya?
I'm glad as long as you're not hurt. It's that simple. Walking past the car with the ringtone going off. I just don't want to have to be in a situation like that again. Let's get back on topic, shall we? Now, as for those two elderly women.
When you checked out the building, was there anything that would indicate that someone is staying in the rooms on the other floors?
The dust is so thick you can barely move through it, and even if you could, the spider webs would stop you. So in short, no.
The roof, on the other hand, is very suspicious.
That's right, but
those ladies are old but not deaf. They must have heard something. Something is wrong up there, I'm telling you. I don't trust it one bit.
So what's your guess? One of them has to be in on it. Disposing of the body from the roof, concealing it as garbage, and dumping it nearby.
I'm sure they want the spot to remain hidden. That's why someone close by needs to carry out the bodies, hidden among the trash, before the real garbage disposal workers arrive.
That would attract attention if there were many people living there using the stairs and hallways. But you know what it looks like there. There's nobody around. I can't really find any arguments.
If you need time to digest that and maybe calm down a little, I'll be over here sipping tea. Ready when you are.
You'll be over here sipping tea? I'll be sipping some hot chocolate. Well, not hot chocolate, but chocolate. I'm getting handcuffed by police. I get the feeling you're a fan of Noah's Streams. Please. Please don't get in trouble with the law for my sake. Please don't get in trouble with the law. Just for the sake of a joke. No, I'm calm. It makes sense, as much as it pains me to admit it. If anything, that should only motivate us to get to the bottom of this even faster. That sounds way too stoic for you. Have you been watching motivational videos or something? I'm just a small-time detective. I know where my limits are. I can't ask for help from the police and mobilize them without solid evidence.
Are you thinking about involving the police now?
Of course. No matter how you look at it, those two women are involved with a group of murderers. Whether they're accomplices or not isn't important. Them living there already puts them in danger. If we're discovered now, things could turn bad very, very quickly.
Wait a minute. If you get the police involved now, we'll have even more to deal with.
I'm sure they could help, they have the means, but we don't know everything yet, and is it really worth risking our lives by sending them into a situation we ourselves are still uncertain about? The clock is ticking, and I don't think it's up to us to keep them safe. I don't think we could, even if we knew more. This is a big case with many lives already lost and many more at stake. If someone else gets hurt, how do you expect me to live with myself?
Aren't you being too reckless about this?
I'm not hesitating. If you don't feel comfortable with it, I'll go talk to them alone.
What? What's gone into you? How can you send them in a situation even you're not sure about? There's no turning back if you do that.
At least it could save more lives, couldn't it? I know how hard it is to establish a pattern and catch a murderer. Even my master worked endlessly on cases like that back in the day, so why do you expect our case to be any different? Getting to the truth in such a short time is wishful thinking, nothing more. We've reached a point where we're almost certain what they're going to do next. If we hesitate now, we're cowards, just like my master. Is that who you are? Do you want to turn your back on people who you know are in danger? Oh my god. How do you get rid of hiccups? Are you done? It's really frustrating that you never understand what's going on. Huh? What do you mean?
I hate having to spell it out for you. Remember the man who came by the store today?
Knowledge is the most dangerous thing in the world, and as it happens, it's the only thing I possess. So, what could you have wanted from someone in my position? Your knowledge, of course. What's wrong with the book they're looking for? To tell you the truth, I haven't looked into it all that much yet. It's a bunch of gibberish that really is a bit too much to handle. But if they can't proceed without it, something important has to be in there. Exactly. So we're in a position of power. If they're connected to the murderers, they can't proceed as planned right now. And if they aren't, you don't have to worry about the elderly woman's safety. I have a hard time putting all of my trust in a weird book that just goes against common sense. A lot of things around here can't be explained by common sense, but I agree with you. I'm still in possession of the book, and the equipment Neko and you set up should help provide evidence for our theories. If we act without thinking now, we could lose our advantage. I really hope he takes the book down from the bookshelf so it's not even down here in the bookstore anymore. Because otherwise, someone could find it. I really need to find someone to help me decipher the meaning of that book. Want me to give Scarlett a call? I don't know. I mean, she won't be angry at you if you call. If I do it, she'll lash out at me. I've already demanded way too much of her.
Then buy me dinner.
Might do with the instant noodles we've got. Nico snorts dismissively and kicks the floor. But why did they want to pick up the garbage today? Are you for real? Do you have a goldfish's memory? The memory of a goldfish is just a myth. I mean, if they use garbage to hide the bodies they're transporting, why would they head out today? The 3 bodies were basically intact, so what are they picking up today? When I visited the building, Hilda didn't really stalk me and I didn't find anything in her house, but her neighbor was the complete opposite. When you put it that way. Whose phone is this? Just as I'm giving it further thought, Justin's phone rings at the worst time possible. Justin's expression is as subtle as mine. He signals Nico to be quiet and walks out of the store with a stern expression on his face. What's wrong? All I can do is shake my head. Justin's worry can only be explained one way. After a short while, he ends the call and returns to the store. His expression is gloomy, foreshadowing bad news. The police found another victim. Damaged limbs, massive blood loss, wounds almost identical to the others. Where? At the bottom of a bridge crossing a river, outside of the district. All of the victims have been a little away from the district. Yeah, but that's not the point. Oh? What is it then? The police have conducted a preliminary investigation. They've taken a look at the body and gathered the most basic information. The deceased is a tall, thin, elderly woman.
No! Oh no! I forgot her name already, but Harriet? No, not Harriet. What's her name? Lorraine. Lorraine. Oh no, Lorraine. I'm sorry. This whole thing is just a mess from top to bottom. What have we gotten ourselves into this time? What does stand like rocks even mean? Frustrated, I crumple my notes into a paper ball and throw them into the basket next to me. The fact that Hermitage is utterly quiet at night is nice, but in this case it isn't helping. Justin hurried away right after receiving a call from the police, intent on going to the scene of the murder personally. He looked pained when he left, obviously overcome with disbelief and extreme remorse. A person he was in contact with only recently is now dead. The whole situation must be weighing heavily on him. Although he's never explicitly spoken about it, I think Justin feels a sense of protectiveness, and no matter who the suspect is, justice should never be carried out outside the law like that. Even after such a short time of knowing him, his work ethic and sense of responsibility have become apparent to us all. For a man like him who takes pride in his profession, there's nothing worse than experiencing failure. However, neither Nico nor me are in a position to comfort him. I just hope he finds some solace in his work. Pseudo heartfelt empty speeches aren't my style, and Nico is the same in that regard. People should stick to what they're good at. It's better to offer help where it's actually useful. It's just a more genuine approach. There has to be a way to figure all of this out. After having talked to the strange visitor, the hidden contents of the halberd aren't particularly hard to crack. Once you know what mystery he's talking about, the author's references actually seem a little ridiculous. The text often alludes to the concept of time. The book itself is a war biography with its own narrative timeline. The way in which events are connected via timeline is quite absurd, but once you've cracked the code, it becomes much clearer. The key lies in the coding table. That is, the correspondence between documentary records in real time. When observing the sky, the movements of celestial bodies should be pretty regular, and the records should share certain characteristics. One evening of cross-referencing, and it should be possible to find matching combinations with obvious patterns. The problem is the remaining text. Stand like rocks, chant names, let the beast be forever on our side. The protagonist often prays for victory with his comrades, but war records aren't usually as detailed in this regard. Most literature on the subject wouldn't waste much time on stuff like that. There has to be some hidden message to those passages, but what could it be? Just when I start rubbing my face like a madman lost in thought, my phone starts vibrating. One look at the call ID and I'm not exactly surprised. Guess you're in trouble again. Nico told you? Yeah, sure did. Don't get all worked up about it. An elderly woman we stumbled upon in our investigation appears to have been killed. Justin is on his way to this scene to confirm it. Do you happen to have any clues? Inside scoops, maybe? How would I? It's not like I'm running from crime scene to crime scene. But the building itself is very peculiar. Yeah, you've told me about that. Doesn't seem like things have come down though. Shortly after the incident, there were plans to move ahead with the construction of the residential area again. However, the person charged disappeared shortly afterwards. Fired? Who knows? That land must be really valuable, because it happened multiple times already. And it's never attracted attention? I mean, they're not super important officials. I'm sure reports are made, but they're just swept under the rug. So they decided to keep the records a secret. Quite a humiliating defeat. I also heard from some friends on the inside that someone was definitely orchestrating this to keep the other building projects from progressing. You think the locals are involved? Indeed, they're the ones who would benefit from it, having built their own cheap housing units in that forsaken neighborhood. And it's plain to see how far they're willing to go. There's bound to be a lot of money involved in this. With the prevailing atmosphere, not to mention the harsh resistance, they're not exactly welcome. Offering help doesn't seem sincere when ridiculously large sums of money are involved. Maybe the locals decided to build cheap housing themselves because they felt abandoned. Might as well go ask them yourself. All in all, not much has turned out. The only clue given by the witnesses was that the men who attacked the officers were dressed strangely. Care to elaborate? They used thin twine and a piece of yellow cloth with a strange pattern to cover their faces, similar to wearing a mask. A yellow cloth, are you sure? I mean, I can't be sure, I'm just reciting witness statements here, but it really is intriguing. Seems really excessive if it was just to hide their identity. It's already very dark around there because the lights barely work. You're right, if anything, those patterns on the mask would attract even more attention. Anyway, that's about all I can tell you so far. Be sure to keep me in the loop if you find anything too.
Interesting.
The group has kept people away from the building in the past. With Scarlett's information, the situation the deliverer referred to in the morning seems clearer now. If they don't want anyone else getting close to that place, that just shows how important it must be to them. It seems that only 2 families ever lived in that place from beginning to end, and now there's only 1 left. It doesn't come as a complete surprise. The family portrait has odd and strange symbols that indicate that something's out of the ordinary after all. What is that group's purpose? Oh, this thingy about the book. And we need to get out of here. And the marks on this one. There we go. No? Really? Hold on. Did I do it wrong? Oh no, I did it wrong. What? Hold on. The purpose of the Visionary Society. The whole boat? We need to get out of here? But these are the ones I have to use. These are the clues I'm supposed to use. What do you mean? Hello? Game? Eh? This is what I'm supposed to be using though. It says here in my guide. What are you saying? Da 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 da. Oh. Thank you for the pad. I do not understand what the problem is, but okay. Let's try this again, shall we? Okay, so home bit. Ah, but I read. So maybe it's not enough to read all of the books when we get them. Maybe we need to read them again to get even more information. Is it enough now? Yeah. Okay, that was weird. But I'll take it. Whatever, the fuck. So is he really a member of it as well? I get the broad gist of the ceremony, but I'm not satisfied at all. If my suspicions are correct, the relationship between the family and the thugs runs much deeper than originally assumed. That's awful nitpicky, right? Because every time we get new books, I immediately read them. But maybe it doesn't count them. Maybe I need to reread the older books that have been there since, I don't know, the last chapter, because they give me different clues for a different case. We just didn't have a problem in the first chapter because there's only a limited amount of books you could, you know, choose from. That's weird though.
Oh well. I'll just have to be a little more careful than next time. I mean, worst case, and if it's not correct, we just... we just reload and read the book right before and then skip to it again, it's fine. The game has a good autosave option. Too bad it didn't specify that. Yeah, that's a little... After what Justin said, we should leave the family alone for now. Is this part of the investigation really finished? If that's the case, why would she get involved now? There's only one way to find out. I have to say, relying on people much younger than myself for help is starting to get really embarrassing. It doesn't exactly help me feel any more youthful or useful. But a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. I pick up my phone, ready to contact Nico. You don't have to ask me that before 3 in the morning, you know me. Oh, hey, are you still up? Something's come up and I need you to do me a favor. Do I need to put on my shoes for that? Witty as always, yes you do. Scarlet will probably fillet my skin over this afterwards, but I can't worry about that now, although she does scare me. I put down my books and make my way up the stairs. Can you understand me? Come on, count how many fingers I'm showing you. You know what fingers are, don't you? Very good. Seems like you're a quick learner. This is your leg, this is your hand, and this is your head. Remember, those spots are fragile. They're vulnerable. You don't want anyone touching those. You don't want to get hurt, do you? Not bad. Now let's try walking. The fuck? At last, Scarlet is back at the store. Talk of the murders has been spreading, so Scarlet had to put down her other work and devote more of her energy to this case. It simply can't be ignored any longer. If we let this threat develop any further, sooner or later the city's police force will become more agitated, a price we can't afford to pay. This has to be dealt with, even if we're reluctant to do so. We have as good as justification as any. So, Jason's not back yet? No, seems like he's been working at the scene all night, but I didn't ask too many questions about it. So they really found... It's true? Yeah, Justin texted me and confirmed it. He should be on the scene to aid with the investigation. Since they entrusted the case to him, the police seem okay with him working autonomously. Given his fairly young age, the level of trust must be well founded. It can't be solely due to the fact that they all get along with each other. We should give him some more time to focus and deal with this. He doesn't need anything else piling up on top of it. Sounds the guy kicking up his feet in the comfy confines of his home. Hey, I can't always be the one to blame. I'm actually risking a lot letting minors like you stay up all night and encouraging your shenanigans. Also, quit acting like I'm just idling around doing nothing. Those bags in my eyes could save me in a car crash by now. I can never tell if it's just you staying up all night or some midlife crisis attempt at goth makeup. Yeah, I'm planning on being the next Batman. Anyway, it took me all night, again, but I've gained some insight on the stories in the Halbert. Is that the book they're looking for? Yeah, after lying the seasons using the descriptions of the grass and trees, it becomes a lot more vivid and interesting. Incidentally, it made me realize that this is definitely not a book of domestic origin. Oh, why's that? Backman. The book mentions one ever victorious general, forever caught in a cycle of battle after battle, who always appears in autumn like clockwork. The places in his country have very odd names. Chinese names always contain some kind of ideographic information. Proximity to water, mountainous valleys, fertile land, but in this case it's different. So I tried looking at it from a different angle, analyzing the words only in terms of their various dialects and official pronunciations, only to arrive at the conclusion that it's probably derived from the English language. So, what's the problem? It's way too advanced. Using a foreign language version of your actual name. Even if our ancestors were way smarter than we give them credit for, this is just too much. Only if this method were to be acknowledged and applied around the globe could a code like this be used. The person who wrote this couldn't possibly have had that kind of knowledge. What else is there in the general story? His name itself is quite meaningful. Aldebaran, part of the Winter Hexagon, one of the 4 royal stars of ancient Persia. I know that one! You know why I know this star? Because of the children's book series that was about people, some people, who were very connected with nature to be able to turn into fairies that would work with the nature. So there were spring, summer, autumn, and winter fairies, and they would get their powers from the 4 specific stars in these. What's the word? What are the things actually called? The stars? Constellations. In the constellations. And Aldebaran is one of them. Yeah, it's the winter star. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! You think you don't learn anything? For if you only read children's books, you thought wrong. No, but I really like them. Now that I'm obviously not a child anymore, it's like, wow, these books were so short. They were barely 200 pages long. I could read them in an hour and a little bit, but damn. Yeah, they're called Stardust. But the problem is, if you search for them, you will find the books about this unicorn thingy. But the one I'm talking about is the fairy thingy by an author called Linda Chapman. And I don't know, I'm guessing they're originally English books actually, just because of the way the world is set up and the names used in it. But I really like them. I want to reread them. Maybe I'll reread them. The locations surrounding this general are named after the Taurus constellation, and he's the only person to have a name like that. The prominence of the specific star is evident by comparison. In other words, the opposing countries in the book were actually keeping track of celestial bodies? Exactly. Although there are probably many unknown factors involved, one thing is made very clear. Only the victors deserve to go to heaven. They're cheap. Oh yeah! I mean, they're old at this point. I was a big fan though. The covers were really nice. I think they got some updated covers as well, but the ones I still have are like with an actual human on them. Like just a child turning into the fairy. They were really nice. There's a huge back and forth for decades. The same pattern of defeating and being defeated, repeating itself over and over again. So even with all of the spooky rituals mentioned in the book, in the end it's really just a fancy timetable. I don't think we can call those rituals meaningless just yet. According to what our strange visitor said, this book describes a way to discover the right time, so there must be some importance to them. It could be very likely that our covers are different actually. Most of the time they change up something. You keep mentioning a general. He must play a key role in all of this. After everything you've said, we should be able to derive some patterns from these celestial bodies, right? Right? With that approach, how would we find out the location of those guys who came looking for us? Well, parts of the winter triangle can only be seen in winter. At least that's what the internet tells me. That could be a clue. By filtering the times and places the general in the book found himself in, we can construct a consistent timeline. I have to say, nothing's more conspicuous than that sacrifice in which he served as both general and priest. That part sticks out like a sore thumb. It just doesn't make sense. If a single person had that many military and religious responsibilities, it's unlikely that such a big war would have kept going like that. It would simply be unproductive. So you're going to use these rituals as definite criteria? The timing aspect is important, but so is the ritual in the sacrificial ceremony. Too much of the text is dedicated to it for it to be irrelevant. The author deliberately describes it in a long-winded way, probably in an attempt to pass along knowledge for those who know the true meaning behind this book. And now it's our turn to crack the code. Headaches, here we come. There has to be a way. Invite the beast from the other realm, keep chanting in a clear and confident fashion. That sentence foreshadows almost the entire ceremony. It literally describes the main points of the ritual perfectly. Foreign legends often feature the blowing of a horn or a similar instrument to summon mythical monsters, and this ceremony is probably no exception. Set the scene, summon the beast, and await its response. That much seems clear. As for the beast mentioned in this book, it seems to have left its mark, otherwise we wouldn't be caught up in this whole affair in the first place. Alright, so what exactly could it be? I mean, this is a lot of text, so this, I think we have all the information we need, right? Then the whistling in the night. Wait, where's the... There it is.
The Whistling in the Night, and The Legend, The Strange Noise.
Looking good.
Looking good.
Alright. Where's my game? Where's my game? There it is.
Gargoyle.
A gargoyle? Not a gargoyle? A gargoyle? How would you pronounce that? I'd like to add that our initial suspicions have basically been confirmed. Although people are involved in these murders, possibly many of them, most fatal injuries were inflicted by human hands. The book Shrines, Gods and Messengers describes several myths about servants who worship and aid their deities, many of which are non-human origin. I grabbed the thick book from the shelf and opened it up for the others to see. The gargoyle, for example, who serves a god in the vastness of the distant stars. It has white wings, a horse's body, and insectious traits. The servant is fed and nourished with blood and fresh meat until it completes its mission. Why are you guys suddenly on a different background than where you actually were in the scene itself? It's a lot of building. Not many people seem to be living there, and nobody talks about it, and the place gives me the creeps. I've heard that the wind sounds weird over there, like chimes or something. Scares the kids half to death. Sometimes you can hear violin playing. True horror flick stuff right there. It's really creepy. It gives me the shivers. Imagine an out-of-tune string instrument. You know what I mean? Or, I don't know, a horse that sounds strangely distorted when it neighs. It's just this weird hissing sound that paralyzes you. The photograph Nico found is a sign that the family was involved in a ritual in which they must have acted as guardians. And now the rooftop is locked, corpses are being carried from the building, bled dry. If you can find out what kind of creature the book is talking about, we can analyze the purpose of the ritual. At least we know what the blood was used for now. I flipped through the pages to show the others. After having identified the target, I spent a lot of time combing through the book for further details. According to this, the gargoyle can travel freely between the human world and the infinite stars and skies. It plays an important role as a messenger between those planes of existence. It has bird's wings, but I doubt that they're of much use in a cosmic environment. As soon as it leaves the atmosphere, it makes use of other body parts to move around. According to this book, the corresponding organ is located in the lower abdominal cavity, which is difficult to identify by appearance alone. It seems to directly affect the space around it, like a fish slicing through water and propelling its body forward. Honestly, I'm not sure how the principle is supposed to work. I suspect that it's not something a human mind could grasp. Being a servant of a greater entity, the gargoyle only does sense from the heavens when summoned. If such a being has really been here for decades, there must be a specific reason for that. Either it hasn't fulfilled its mission yet, or its means of travel have been blocked, leaving it stranded down here. Whatever the reason, being trapped here on Earth for so long, I'm afraid this is a little more serious than just a bird with broken wings. Only after having said those things out loud do we realize the severity of it all, and for a moment, everyone is at a loss for words. Saying and hearing all of this feels liberating in a way, but none of it bodes well for what lies ahead. After a painstakingly long silence, Nico sighs and picks up the conversation again. I guess now's a good time as any. That sounds ominous. Should I be worried?
Teensy tiny bit maybe?
Alright, one at a time please.
When I did my snooping around the company, an anonymous friend sent me a list of their employees.
What?
Hear me out. The list was processed electronically, but the information on it was clearly filled out manually. The form is full of unnecessary notes, much like something you'd have seen in the old days when you filled out a form by the hand. Also, the date is 1989.
So it's a list of employees from almost 30 years ago.
Well, I found the name of Mr. Huang's family on it.
Were both parents employees there?
Her husband was a technician, but it looks like he was marked for observation.
For being an intellectual?
The intellectuals who came back from overseas. Was there really anyone who left to study abroad at that time? I've heard people say that in those days it was pretty much impossible to leave the country.
That's true to a certain extent, but you should know best that people always find ways around rules they don't agree with. Even before the founding of this republic, there were people who went to the US by means of labor trafficking and settled down to have children and grandchildren there. People with a strong enough drive to have never allowed themselves to be limited by the times they live in.
Thanks for the lesson. Anyway, the whole family was removed from the list and apparently wasn't able to work at the company anymore. Looks like the...
Excuse me.
It looks like they hadn't worked there that long compared to most people in the first place.
How peculiar.
Can't find the other old lady's name at all. It's strange. probably worked in another department or not at the company at all. Thank you.
I don't mean to play negative Nancy here, but can we really trust your anonymous friend?
We don't have much of a choice, do we? However, I never mentioned to anyone that I was investigating this matter, and this guy emailed me very spontaneously of his own accord. He's neither even more skilled than me or just knows my habits a little too well. I find both hard to believe, but what counts now is that the email exists.
So you think we should listen to somebody who has the means to feed us such information anonymously?
I would have worded it differently, but yeah.
Got it. Anything else? We found records of similar cases right here in the country, not even too far away. If these past few days have taught me anything, it's that life truly is full of surprises. Let's face it, the material you provide is often just gibberish, and actual crime research is more valuable than ancient, potentially inaccurate biographical information.
So Scarlett took me to the library archives. By the way, I had to use a fake ID for that. I don't just have those lying around, so I think some financial compensation is in order.
To be honest, we had nothing to show for it, but as luck would have it, we stumbled upon a nerd who had overheard our conversation and happened to know quite a lot about the subject. You just stumble across people who by chance know this stuff? Is that suspicious? Thank you for the pack. Isn't that the suspicious part here? I think if I went to the library and thought to myself, I wonder if they have this and that, and some guy randomly comes up and is like, oh yeah, we do.
It's a posture check time.
Oh! Ooh!
Hi TK, good evening. The way she talked to him, all innocent and cute. I'm gonna have nightmares now because I had to witness the whole thing.
Mesmerizing library notes through seduction to gather information. Yep, sounds like Scarlett. To him, you must have seemed like an angel or something. It was satisfying. Haven't gotten a sound like that out of the fingers in a while. Shut up. Anyway, I tried to describe to him what was mentioned in the book and ended up hitting a home run. There was an uproar in the late 80s after a lot of farm animals disappeared throughout the country, but because there were a lot of religious sensitivities involved, hardly any records were filed. I can't imagine. Tradition runs deep, and if word gets out about things like that, the public outcry tends to be immense.
Anyway, when things like that happen in communities, police question those involved, and in this case, they stumbled upon something they'd never expected, and that's straight from the nerd's mouth.
A little devil like you should be happy to have been born in a time with fewer harsh laws. You're basically a walking, talking crime. Very funny. What it boils down to is that in these rural areas, some people were so obsessed with the faith that sacrificing a human life seemed plausible to them. Law enforcement saw that a little differently. So someone actually performed the sacrifice? Yeah, but the way the folk found out wasn't because of the sacrifice itself. A quarry owner alerted the police because someone had been stealing rocks and stones, sometimes leaving strange marks behind. They observed the scene and quietly followed the suspect. Scarlett suddenly stops talking.
At a secret hiding place, the police finally discovered the victim. The body was completely torn apart, twisted in an almost square shape, bones protruding.
Ooh. According to the records, the culprits were a group of people who called themselves the Visionary Society. They wore strange costumes as they sang and danced around the victim, and the fumes of smoke in the room were so dense it was almost impossible to see through them. A very chaotic scene.
Chanting, dancing, calling an entity's name, incense being burned. Sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it?
There are copies of the marks in the case file. Although it's not exactly the same symbol as in the family photo, it certainly looks similar. So those might be the same people that summoned the gargoyle.
Meaning they have bigger plans than just to summon it.
They must have a reason, otherwise the risk would be far too high. It just caused them problems. After all, it is classified as a servant, not as some greater god. The difference alone implies that the creature isn't actually omnipotent.
But what's still unclear is that whole stand like rocks line. Where does that fit in?
In a literal sense, there's a contradiction here. Why would they steal rocks for a ritual when they were already using people to stand like rocks? Contorting and twisting their bodies and sacrificing them.
I have to say they might have just been in crisis management mode. I'm no kidnapping expert, but I'd say that stealing a rock is easier than stealing a human being.
I want to applaud whoever writes Nico's lines because she's saying so much stuff where I'm just like, yep, yeah, Honestly, it probably wouldn't have made much of a difference as far as punishment for crime went in that era. We might never be able to figure out what exactly went on back then. Organizing a ceremony like that isn't as easy as old ancient books make it out to be, especially not in modern times, right? You have to assume that you're under permanent scrutiny and could be reported to the police at any moment by anyone. It could be the guy fixing your toilet who reports you, you know? Yep, gotta watch out for those devilish, evil sanitation workers. We knew as much already. Is there anything else about this visionary society? I couldn't dig up that much. According to the confessional statements, its members are from highly mixed social standings, working class farmers and intellectual academics alike. They're doing their thing in secrecy in the mountains, hibernating in the countryside for long periods of time. And you can't rule out the possibility that they've switched to another name by now. Going by multiple names and having false identities would make them nearly impossible to locate.
Thank you for the non-binary. What we know for sure is that the raid shook them up enough for the police to catch a few old men and foreigners who were well-respected members within the cult. These people won't talk, but the leaders must be under constant pressure. Losing valuable members with inside knowledge about the cult must keep them awake at night. It would have saved us so much trouble if they had just gotten all of them in one fell swoop. I would have preferred it that way too, except that someone with a gun in the pocket made sure to remind me that things aren't quite as rosy. If we're indeed talking about the same group of people, then there's a faction of cult members scouring the city for lost books, and if their drastic measures are any indication, they don't have much time left. I don't mean to sound harsh, but why didn't they just off you right then and there? Maybe they're still missing something that they can't find on their own. Murdering me would have only increased the risk of exposure, especially today with surveillance at nearly every other corner. So what else are they up to? It could be that this part of the ritual didn't have anything to do with me. After all, the man only wanted to know about a stargazing technique and its timing in this book. Didn't say a word about any rituals. Hi, good evening! How you doing? Either he's trying to hide it or he doesn't need to learn about any rituals from me. There's a 50-50 chance. 4 lives have already been lost. What do we do? Find out what they're up to and then get help or stop them ourselves somehow. The sooner the better. Yeah, they can't be allowed to continue like this. Sooner or later, newspapers will get wind of it, and if the whole city is suddenly on high alert, you'll be in great danger. I keep saying wind. Wind? But that sounds weird. Would get wind of it? Bleh. You're sick, but okay. Aw, I hope you get better soon. How about we burn all those books? Stop them from falling into the wrong hands? Wait a minute, you little arsonist. This is the only way to understand what we're dealing with. You want to drop a bomb into a fire to defuse it? I want to see what Justin comes up with. I feel sorry for the victims, but this is the first time we've had a chance to get a first-hand account. All the victims suffered unnecessarily cruel and violent injuries, making me wonder if this is also some kind of requirement. So the method behind those murders might hold the answer to this mystery. It would be very helpful if you could gather those signs to further study the origin and purpose of the rituals. I don't think Justin knows a lot about these things. He's a small-time detective, so he can move around without being watched constantly, but I doubt he can do much of the actual scene itself. When he comes back, we'll explain everything to him. He needs to be aware of how urgent this matter is. No matter what it takes, it's time for him to take advantage of his position. One book absolutely isn't enough. We have to dig up more information about it, even if it means sneaking the body over to Hermitage. With that coward, this mass will already be too much for him to handle. I think you'd be expecting too much of him. The dad can't come back. Even if it's a sad affair, we mustn't dwell on it. It'll just add to the pain. Figuring out why they died is the only way to save more lives. That's the truth of it, and one not many people realize too late in their lives. It's COVID! Oh, damn! I really hope you get better soon, then. Aw. Yeah, I'm crossing my fingers for you. What are you talking about? Nicker frowns, never having been a fan of enigmatic speeches. I'm just counting on this. I look at the cluttered files around us, one sickening photo of another countless notes staring back at me. Those notes all belong to one person. I can shake this feeling. Could he really be a member? Oh, what, our delivery guy? Justin returns to Hermitage with an exhausted look on his face. It's noon already. He looks like he's been up all night and his hair is beyond messy. His clothes are wet and dirty and in severe need of some dry cleaning.
Scarlett left earlier, leaving only Nico and me as a witness to his sad appearance. Ah, looks like scoring the riverbanks left some marks on you. Nico completely ignores the tenseness of this delicate situation and throws a pack of paper towels in Justin's direction. Justin catches it without responding, as usual. Arranging for the boat to be dredged took some time, but thankfully the water isn't too deep in that area. Someone was fishing there, but when he found the body, he contacted the police immediately. Too bad he didn't give chase himself. That would have only caused you more trouble in the long run, believe me. He's giving a statement, but I'm not really in a position to ask questions. That's why I came back after listening in on his statement, a little to brief you guys on the situation. What was the scene like? Did you take a picture? I barely managed to get in and out without attracting too much attention, let alone take pictures. I was lucky enough to have a spare cell phone with me to turn in, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to contact me. It's like your 5th time? Holy shit! Okay, but also Pikachu for you for sure.
Pikachu! Pika Pika! Pikachu!
They must be scared of the news leaking out. That wouldn't be good for anybody. If I remember correctly, the leaders of several countries will be here for an important meeting pretty soon. A series of murders in such a close vicinity would be the last straw for the police. It will crush them. Here's the gist of it. The culprit wrapped the victim in plastic and sank the body into the river via a rope and a rock. Because of the rain had fallen the night before, the river's current was swift, giving us barely enough time to retrieve the rope. Unlike the victim found sunk in the mud along the riverbank, this time it was farther offshore. The body was being dragged along the riverbed, so we were lucky to have found it early enough. Were you able to confirm any injuries? I know water damage can make forensic identification difficult. The body wasn't in the water that long. I'm not sure how to describe it. Justin's expression turns into a mixture of doubt and indignation. Immediately after removing the plastic, one of the more experienced detectives made a quick on-site assessment. The body had heavy cut wounds across the arms and lower legs, as well as marks of some kind. Just like the previous ones. It's his conclusion that bothers me. It's strange. He thought that those wounds and injuries weren't fatal. Come again? Are you familiar with ancient torture methods? The person's death is postponed, often until the date of execution, but the pain inflicted is so severe that the person being tortured felt as if they were dying, and oftentimes they did. And those injuries, they seemed like they should have been enough to kill a person, trust me. But somehow it wasn't the actual cause of death. That's right. The windpipe and lips show clear signs of drowning. In other words, the body shut down after being sunk, not before. For some reason, clear facts like this calm me down as soon as they're on the table. I just can't comprehend such vicious cruelty. How could anybody with even a shred of humanity do something so heinous? I'm with you on that. They must have completely abandoned any forms of conscience. Yes, but we still have to try to make sense of it. How could a healthy mind ever make sense of this? We have to ignore aspects like morality and conscience in this case. It's hard, but we won't get anywhere otherwise. If possible, it would be best to re-examine the body that was found in the building. We should be able to determine the time of death from the wound, even if most of the blood was removed. Well, at least I hope that part happened after death, otherwise it's straight up nightmare fuel. Deliberately injuring and mutilating a body to cover up other traces sounds cruel, but sadly it's nothing new. Hold on a second, what are you trying to say? Why did they go to such lengths to make sure someone died in the river? That's what we should be thinking about. At this point, there's no connection between the victims, and it is unlikely that they were tortured because of some personal vendetta. In other words, there has to be a purpose to this. Even if they did it reluctantly, if the ritual called for it, they would have done it. Who knows what they thought might happen if they didn't follow instructions? It's barbaric, that's what it is. You can look up some of the stuff the Aztecs did during their sacrifices. For them it was perfectly normal. It's a great example. The value of good and evil can't be defined out of context. This is particularly evident in the case of religious activities, and there seems to be an organization that thinks it's doing good. Death is an end in itself. Do you mean things like that? Death is still too general a concept. Time, place, identity, goal, cause, manner. Some of those points may be more relevant to the killer than others. In our case, the killer went to great lengths to ensure that the actual death would take place at a specific location. Something's off here. For now, the moment of death is all we need to find out. I'm glad I asked you and Scarlet to help with the investigation. And then there's this whole thing about the rocks. Placing rocks all over the city while simultaneously trying to observe the stars to find the right moment. That's a lot of work for a ritual. Sacrificing so many lives is a formality, without any actual certainty or reason. The process itself plays a very important role. The actual goal itself is so obscure that I don't think anyone truly knows what the point of these practices is. In other words, no one knows what actually works, and nobody has enough professional knowledge to be the judge of that. Even her own neighbors. How could she do such a thing? I'm afraid there's no turning back for that old lady either. Why do you say that? Well, if my suspicions are correct, it's quite a long story. Nice. Final struggle. One second, I'm gonna put a save file here. A few decades ago, this country was nowhere near stable as it is now. Things were terrible, especially for intellectuals and academics. They were persecuted because of their status and suffered a lot of misfortune. I think Hilda's husband must have been one of them. Her husband had a bad disposition. He came to this country from overseas, and I heard that they had a lot of trouble before they moved here. People knocked on the door and ridiculed them every day. She's the only remaining member of her family. Stop tabbing me out! Please! Stop tabbing out! Returning home after studying abroad carried such a gigantic societal stigma back then. Honestly, it's a blessing in disguise that he lived long enough to see the construction of that building in the first place. He returned to his homeland full of expectations, but unfortunately others weren't as open-minded as him, and his return was met with rejection. That's enough to shatter even strongest of minds. He might have made some connections abroad, or maybe those people already had an influence on him before then, who knows? Either way, they agreed on a plan and they managed to pull it off very covertly.
Ah, more non-binary. Oh no!
Oh, I'm sorry. The non-binary will happen after the non-binary runs out. I'm sorry. If you were a cat, you'd be a bye, cat. Hehe.
Cat. I'm a kitty cat. Cat. I'm a kitty cat. Cat. I'm a kitty cat. And I solve murders by day and sleep by at night. Ha ha ha.
The photo is wrapped in a wooden frame that has been painted white. The glass is spotless. The paper inside, however, is beginning to yellow. In the photo, a young family of three is facing the camera. The expression's a little unnatural, but happy.
Thank you for the pat.
The only woman in the picture resembles a young Hilda. Strange scratches cover the faces of the two adults, as if someone wrote on them with a ballpoint pen, but managed to erase the ink somehow. The family gradually became part of the Visionary Society, accepting their teachings and participating in their activities. The society gave them a simple task, preparing descendants for the ceremony. A ritual is passed down among the elders of the Visionary Society, in which they ask the gods they worship to send them emissaries, or servants, whose spirits are summoned from afar. However, these spirits require a vessel. Therefore, an infant is used to house the emissary's presence, so they may develop and grow. All of it is pretty brutal, but the two of them were clever enough to pull it all off. They continue to work and live like ordinary citizens, making friends, hiding their identities, then a seemingly natural pregnancy followed by a vacation. Until the day their baby was born. The Visionary Society was right on schedule, and years of patience were finally bearing fruit. The society may have promised them something, or they may have hoped for something in return for the services. With the successful arrival of the servant, they hoped that these wishes might be granted. However, that would require the servant to descend successfully. What's the matter? Do you know my David? Sorry, I just happened to see the picture and thought he looked familiar.
That's okay. If only my David were as polite as you. He turned from a little boy into a man who won't even come by to visit. You don't want to be like him.
I'm sure she told you about her son David, but I'm afraid she'll have to repair a wreath if she really wants to see him. In fact, she's the only member of her family who's left. In less populated areas with fewer means of passing on knowledge, verbal retellings of rituals are among the most dangerous way of transmitting information. The Visionary Society may not have been a sufficiently large organization, and it is clear from the depictions in the books that they failed to discover the most vital piece of information.
So you're saying that the ritual failed?
We have no way of knowing exactly what happened, and none of those involved left any record of it. The only thing we know is that it caused a great deal of damage. At least her husband and eldest son were never to be seen again. As a result, the abandoned building became a dark reminder that people in the neighborhood would rather not talk about. No one wanted to keep living in that place, except for one desperate old woman. Building companies didn't even want to continue with the construction of the remaining residential buildings and turned their attention elsewhere. People began moving out of the neighborhood and the landlords had to lower their rents. Tenants are getting poorer and the conditions are growing steadily worse. A vicious cycle that has ultimately turned the district into an urban legend that even the police don't want to get involved in. The funny thing is that the current residents are so focused on complaining about the shoddy housing situation that they don't even care about how it happened in the first place. So it turns out the state of the buildings is actually the result of the whole neighborhood's neglect. In order to calm things down, the stubborn local inhabitants have kept their mouths shut until now. They refuse to acknowledge the facts or accept help of any kind. But it wasn't supposed to end there. The current situation speaks for itself. The ritual wasn't a complete failure. Although the loss was irreversible, Hilda kept a child. The gargoyle grew up and turned increasingly inhuman, as described in the records. In order to supply flesh and blood as nourishment, the Visionary Society left her some funding. That way, even with her low income, she would be able to hold on for a long time. They wanted to meet the gargoyle and take him away. The price was high, but that meant the reward would be even greater. She probably didn't expect the Visionary Society to be imprisoned for theft and murder. Their members were arrested on scene and couldn't escape decade-long prison sentences. It wasn't until this year that the Society's key players were released again, which means the gargoyle isn't dependent on Hilda anymore. Whatever the Visionary Society's planning, this is their last shot. I'm not reading out the things we've already seen, not gonna lie. That's why after being released from prison, they immediately sought her out again, ready to continue their plan. Yes, and that's why I think the series of murders has another reason. What could this ritual possibly accomplish that would be worth wasting so many years and taking so many lives? Trying to fix the damage by doing more damage is like borrowing money to gamble. A vicious cycle with no turning back. Who knows? This might have been destined to end in tragedy from the very beginning. But a ceremony for God's servants would not be small. To put it bluntly, a few human lives would mean nothing compared to those mysterious entities. So if they had their way, I'm afraid it would be a matter of more than a few lives. So the question remains, what do we do? We need to take one more trip to the Canyon district. People aren't stupid. It's only a matter of time before the police focus their attention on the place. Or with a whole series of murders. Now that Mrs. Lee's body has been discovered, it'll happen sooner rather than later. Do the police know who she is? It's hard to say, but I think I was the only one there who recognized her face. It'll be bad if someone finds out that you didn't report it, right? It doesn't matter. With everything that happened yesterday, it's best to proceed with caution. Who knows what else they do? And without preparation, asking the police for help will just make things even more dangerous. It's not too late. Thanks to your efforts, we have a small head start. But why go there? Why go there? Do you think something's going to happen 2 days in a row? If they were in any way sane, they wouldn't have done what they did to Mrs. Lee. They might be growing impatient and trying to get things over with before someone comes knocking at the door. But even the most cautious person will leave a trace sooner or later, which they did. It was foolish of them, but something forced them to act right after a stranger came to visit. I'm sure they'd like to move somewhere else, but for whatever reason, they're bound to that building. We haven't seen what's going on the roof yet. So, whether they're planning on doing something tonight or not, we have to make sure either way. If you end up in a suspicious situation, find a way to surprise them. Nico, how sure are you about that lock?
The chain is too thick to be cut without large pliers. The locks are so rusty that picking them is bound to be a hassle. However, this is a perfect situation to simply use force. If the cylinder is rusty, the lock is probably jammed into position. I have the right tools here, but it's gonna be noisy. After all, I'll be confronting the cylinder with a hammer.
That doesn't matter. I doubt they'll be loud enough to wake the other buildings.
Give me some cover. I don't want to find myself stuck on the roof as soon as I unlock the door. A simple text message should suffice. How about you tell them I've changed my mind and that I'm willing to make a deal for the book they want? You don't value your life all that much, do you? What makes you think they won't just come for you and take it by force? Don't make such a big deal out of it. They'll keep them away from the building, and if we're successful, it won't matter who has the book in the end. Fine, I'll go get the tools. Wait, hold on a second. You're just going to rush in there? Of course not, I can leave this place. I think you're simply adding to the confusion by saying that. You're smart enough not to risk your life if you don't have to, so my efforts won't be in vain. As far as risk goes, that's just part of life.
Bunny.
If there's really something fishy on the rooftop, I'll try to get in on film and hand it in to the police. I'm fine with a bit of vandalism if necessary. If they hadn't been carrying out the plans in that building, we wouldn't have known about any of this. But now, I'll be able to delay them for at least half a day, which is worth a lot when you think about it. It's too big of a gamble. This is a complete make or break approach. Oh my god. Bruh. Time's running out. I prefer a different approach too, but the stars won't wait for us. The Visionary Society was released from prison at the beginning of the year, but the murder spree only began this month. How long do you think it'll be until they reach a crucial moment in time they're looking for? That's a good question. We don't know how many stones they need for the ritual, but if 4 people aren't enough and consider... We don't know how many stones they need for the ritual, but if 4 people aren't enough and considering the current frequency of the murders, I'm afraid the next one will happen sooner rather than later. The police may not be able to stop the ceremony in time. Waiting a few more days isn't going to make this any easier, and I don't want to stand by as the group continues their murder spree. So you're pushing your own people into the fire. You're letting a little girl poke a hornet's nest for you. She knows what she's doing. She'd better. If it's really as you suspect, and the society spent over 20 years raising a monster that sucks people dry, and it remains undiscovered in a residential area, where do you think it's been hiding all this time? Save your breath, I'm not going to fight that thing. What makes you think you have a choice? I'm serious. Can't you guys just take an extra 5 minutes to think about what you're planning to do? I think it's all been said, no need to repeat anything. Wait a minute, hear me out. Damn it, am I the only one here who's worried about your safety? What's the matter, Mr. Detective? This thing's been a mess from the start. There's no safe way to go about it. The only one who's worried? And of course I'm worried. I was the one who found the bloodstains over there, or have you forgotten? In that case, I should what? Sit around and wait for some clueless individual to collect the bodies and clean up the whole mess? Don't say we're worried. I'm scared to death. Whatever happens tonight, you can be damn sure I have nightmares about it later. I've seen things 500 times worse than this, without you having to remind me of how shitty and messed up life can get. Get a grip, dude. We have more than a few murders to solve, and right now, nobody has a better shot at dealing with it than us. I'd avoid putting pressure on Nico in the future if I were you. We're past calm reasoning at this point. The more troublesome everything is, the more calculated and careful our approach will have to be. Compared to everyone else, Nico's the expert here. I can understand if you can't wrap your head around it, but at least stay out of my way, okay? Just what the hell have you been through? More than you think. You've dealt with murderers before? More than one. If not for the manager... Never mind, forget it. You look like you're not even in high school yet. And? Got a problem with that? No, it's just... I don't understand. I don't understand where your courage comes from. Of course, you'd be the one to ask that question. Huh? Do private investigators get paid well? Not really, no. Do they have a good reputation? Not really. Will the police haul you off to prison if you don't keep working this case? It might cause some problems, but nothing quite like that, no. So, why are you still here if you say you can't do anything anyway? I'm afraid your mentor already knew about all of this, but he's far away now. He had neither the means to stop those people, nor did he know what would happen next. That's why he chose to run away, because the victim's family would be busy hating him for refusing to help instead of getting involved themselves. Think about it. He's smart and knew what he was doing, but we're not like him. I've had so many nightmares, and I don't want anyone else to ever have to go through that. isn't about whether we actually have the ability to pull it off. This is about making a conscious decision to do whatever we can because we can't just twiddle our thumbs and ignore it. Doing nothing will lead to nothing. You like us, don't you? The thing with the camera? You didn't harvest that job, did you? You want to be better than you meant to prove something to yourself, right? Forget it. All this talk isn't good for anything. They haven't seen your face yet, and if you don't want any part in this, go home and get some rest. Time's of the essence right now, so I can't keep playing counseling with you. Bye. That's not the point. Things aren't supposed to be like this. No matter what you're going to say, someone has to do something about it. Yeah, you're right. Someone has to. If any funny stuff happens on the rooftop, you try to get it on camera and hand it over to the police, right? Forget the second part of what I said. If I have to do some damage, I will. Yeah, thanks for the reminder. What do you want to do? What I have to? Nico, pass me the bag with the tools. Wait, you're not going to... The more troublesome everything is, the more calculated and careful our approach will have to be. I have to admit, it makes sense. So, let the person most suited to the task do what he does best. Surveilling and videotaping, you say? Sounds like a job for an expert private investigator, if you ask me. Ooh, okay. Let's go. Justin walks off into the night. Winter's getting close and it's too early for the sun to be up yet. His coat protects him from the morning chill as always. It's heavier than usual because of the many things that have been stuffed into the pockets. Be prepared for anything, anytime. Especially hiccups. It's one of the most valuable lessons Justin picked up on the job, but now he's reached a point where he knows that simply being prepared isn't enough. Nico slipped him a few tools and weapons of questionable origin, but Justin opted not to take them with him. His job is to solve problems, not cause them or make existing ones worse. Also, with everything he knows about the case, the only good defense for when things get out of hand would be to run away. Trying to find and resist would be foolish. He expressed a keen interest in the pencil Cecile used to ward off the silkworm last time, but the store manager wasn't on board with that idea. It may not be effective against other otherworldly entities. Justin doesn't know anything about the intricate workings of that stuff anyway. He'd rather be cautious than rely on items that might turn out to be completely useless. It's better to work at your own pace and trust your own skills than to depend on crutches like that. Standing in front of the building once again, the whole screen strikes Justin as even weirder than he imagined. That sure was a horse. A deep growl echoes from above. It sounds a bit like a horse's neigh, but more drawn out and distorted. Something is wrong. Nobody living nearby could sleep through a sound like that. It's 4 a.m, yet there isn't even a single light turned on in the neighborhood. All the more reason to act right now. The bizarre, unsettling atmosphere draws Justin in, paralyzing him for a moment. The sound is coming from the rooftop. Time to go up there and check it out. Justin pushes open the building's door and enters. The moment his feet touch the floor, Justin suddenly feels extremely tired. What the... His whole body feels heavy, his joints hurt, his mouth is dry, his head aches. It's as if someone has woken him up from a deep slumber, the only difference being that he wasn't actually asleep. No wonder none of the locals are awake, Justin thinks to himself. He doesn't have the faintest clue how this works, but at this time of the night, when people are already naturally tired, anything to increase that feeling must work like a charm. Justin has learned a lot at Hermitage over the last few days, including being open to things that cross the boundaries of common sense and logic. He's close to falling asleep, but his drive keeps him going, even if only barely. So you finally come out of... The more drastic the measures, the more desperate they must be. For Justin, that's bad news. The detective ascends the stairs as quickly as he can. He still doesn't have all the answers. Did he come to this forsaken place to face the unknown, to bring the killer to justice, or to simply confirm his suspicions? He still doesn't know. He wants to do the right thing, but what is right? The chains that were still firmly in place at the door yesterday now lie scattered across the ground. The way the chain was cut suggests that whoever did it knew exactly what they were doing. There's no time to hesitate. Justin carefully pushes open the door to spy through the crack. What? Nothing could have prepared him for this. About 10 people on the roof, dressed in normal clothes but wearing strange masks. Justin can't make out any details in the dark, but what he sees is more than enough to arouse suspicion. They're split into 2 groups. 3 of them are trying to tie up Hilda. The rest of them are standing around the wooden shack in the middle of the rooftop. They are chanting and throwing around some sort of dust. The side of the shack is covered in blood. Something must have happened here very recently. None of them are shouting, but the atmosphere is unbelievably tense. What should he do? Justin does his best to stay calm. His heartbeat is so out of control, it is making his chest hurt. He's angry at himself for not realizing it sooner. An old woman with nothing left to lose is the perfect target to take advantage of. And once they're done with their plan, she will have outlived her usefulness. Both the store manager and himself have been so focused on their own theories that have been blind to any other possibilities. Just as some phenomena can't be explained with common sense, the truth can't be labeled as such without actual evidence. Premature theories and conclusions can't replace that. This isn't the time to think about who's right or wrong. Justin stretches his stiff fingers and pulls 2 items out of his pocket. Ever since the first day he started working as a detective, he's known that he may be thrown into extreme situations. Still, up until now, he's never had to make use of any gadgets, and now he's doubting their usefulness. Still, this is better than nothing. Justin shakes his head to regain some focus, then lights a fuse on the firecrackers in his hand before placing them next to the door. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The firecrackers blow up loudly next to the door. What's going on? It's now or never. A bright flash with a color temperature of 5,500 K floods the rooftop. The firecrackers are so bright that they'd be blinding even during the daytime. The facial expressions must be pretty ridiculous right now. Seizing the moment, Justin kicks open the door and rushes over to a group of 3 who are dazzled by the light. The 3 of them cover their eyes in pain with no time to react to Justin rushing by. Who's there? Keeping the others at bay with his shoulder, Justin runs up to Hilda and pulls her towards him. Hilda seems to have lost all her energy in the struggle. Never in his life would Justin have thought that a small old lady could be so heavy. Are you okay? Don't worry, it'll be alright. Hilda bows her head a little and mumbles something, but she relaxes her tight grip on Justin's shoulders, much to his relief. Most of the cult members are still blinded, wildly flailing their arms around in an attempt to dispel shadows that aren't really dead. Some are furiously rubbing their eyes, trying to regain their sight. Justin knows from past experience that they'll recover soon. He takes a look at Hilda to make sure she's unharmed, then picks her up and repairs to escape the chaos. But he's too slow. Fuck. What? Damn! The shack in the rooftop center collapses, or better yet explodes. It swells up like a balloon filled with too much air, then loudly bursts apart. Shadows darker than the night engulf their surroundings. It looks somewhat like a bat, but there are obvious differences. It's huge, covered in holes, and has a sickly appearance altogether. There's that sound again, like a nightmare version of a horse neighing. There's an opening that may or not be its mouth. Justin can't tell, because the sound doesn't seem to be coming from there. Okay, hold on, this is a good one. Now I understand what the horse sounds made of! Only a little bit, though. Only a little bit. The air around the creature vibrates and shakes, particularly around its lower half. The creature has 4 limbs and wings on the upper half of its torso. That's about the only description Justin can give. We always explain new discoveries based on rhetoric, on similarities to things we already know, but how should we describe something that no human has ever witnessed before? Gargoyle. Although he only just learned that word, it's the only name that comes to mind right now. It's enough to instantly fill him with dread. His blood is boiling in his veins and rushing to his head, but his bones feel strangely cold, a sensation that pierces his whole body. Regret, remorse, irrationality, every fibre of his being is telling him to run, but his trembling legs are stuck to the floor. Trapped in his own body, the paralyzing fear takes full control of him. His heart sinks at the realization that he's looking at something that doesn't belong to this world. The man-like, horse-like, bat-like creature is struggling to get rid of the rope netting around his body. The ritual must have worked. The creature appears weakened, and the rope netting restraining it seems unusually strong. That could be why the creature, though much more powerful than any human on Earth, is struggling to free itself. Some of the debris that was sent. Ah yes, the classic plural debris. Again, what was the other game where I was confused about this? Some of the debris that was sent flying was crushing down, burying several people under them or knocking them off the roof altogether. The creature's strong legs are moving about, no longer fully restrained by the ropes. The roof isn't that big, and the agitated creature is thrashing and whirling around, smashing everything within its reach. I'd ride it! Oh, hell no. Hilda's scrambling, which is enough to make Justin regain some of his focus. It's now or never.
Justin moves towards the exit while shielding Hilda with his body. No ordinary human could ever stand a fighting chance against a creature this big. Maybe a gun would even the odds a little, but a small-time detective such as Justin isn't allowed to carry one. Justin is annoyed by his impulse to grab other people on his way out. They knew what would happen and wouldn't have gone to all the trouble for nothing. Interrupting them now would be nothing less than stupid. Justin is still overwhelmed by everything that's unfolding in front of him. Though he is vowed to be more open-minded when it comes to things that don't seem logical at first, it's nowhere near as easy as he thought. If the store manager was here, maybe... What? An intense pain flashes through his body. The cold metal embedded in his arm makes his muscle fibers twitch uncontrollably. The pain is so bad that for a second he thinks his entire arm has been torn off. Justin didn't even notice the silent sneak attack from behind. Though not big in size, the sharp metal shape easily pierced Justin's flesh. The severe pain makes him shiver and break out in cold sweat. He can barely remain standing. Hey. Hilda ignores Justin's agonized cries as she pulls out a sharp metal object. Then she turns around and heads towards the disorganized cult members. It's obvious that she doesn't have any intention of helping them. Ignoring the debris and clutter swirling around, she sneaks up to the members under the cover of all the noise and confusion. Once close enough, she either stabs them or pushes them towards the center of the roof, right into the eye of the chaotic storm. She doesn't seem worried at all about the gargoyle hurting her, or maybe she just doesn't care. It's her, we need help! The rope won't hold much longer. Where? I can't see anything. It's going! Woo! A body is violently flung through the air, sliding across the ground and leaving a long trail of blood behind. It probably isn't enough to kill the man, but he surely won't be able to walk for a long time. Though his legs are still shaking and trembling, Justin attempts to move and get closer to the victim on the ground. The man is holding a small dagger in his clenched fist. The twisted blade looks fragile, making it apparent that it's a ritualistic dagger more than anything. It's covered in strange carvings and coated in an unidentifiable liquid. This dagger obviously serves a bigger purpose than stabbing people. The man on the ground is unable to resist at all. Sorry, let me just borrow this for a moment. At least the dagger looks more useful than Cecil's improvised rune pencil. At least Justin has something that he can put to good use. Cecile! Since the excruciating pain is starting to fade a little, Justin can move his arm again. Though it was small, the barbs on a piece of metal made pulling it out excruciatingly painful. The chaos continues to unfold with an increasing amount of unconscious cult members piling up on the ground. Though they tried to regroup to restrain Hilda, the creature's intervention stopped them dead in their tracks. Justin hides the dagger in his sleeve, which gives him a small sense of security. Everything is in shambles and out of control. Hilda is still on a rampage, but the fact remains that she's just an old woman. This makes the gargoyle the biggest problem right now. Get out of here! Get out of here! And the gargoyle is like, okay, I'll help you. Here, I'll give you a ride. It's time to act. Justin takes a deep breath and tries sneaking up behind the creature, though he's unsure if it even has actual eyes or how much the firecrackers have affected its ability to see. Coming from behind should allow him to move closer, without being noticed. Hidden in the darkness of the night, Justin makes his way from the corner of the rooftop towards the door. Its thrashing and loud growls are accompanied by hissing gasps. It's obviously in a weakened state, but that's no reason for Justin to do anything rash. Closer, just a little closer. Justin takes one careful step at a time. According to the store manager's theories, the failed ritual should have severely weakened the creature. Though still vicious and a force to be reckoned with, it's exhausted and at its most vulnerable right now. There's nothing he can do. There's no way he could face the creature one-on-one or protect the people that are being ravaged. Running away is the smart choice. He has to get back to the bookstore and tell the store manager what's going on here, see if he can. Yet another painful sensation. Already weakened by the previous attack, Justin's body is now close to failing him. What? Something hits the ground behind him. It must have been something really heavy with a sharp edge. At least that's what the back of his head says. How? He can hear something coming closer, but he can't move at all. Heavily concussed, Justin's brain is no longer in control of his body. The heavy blow to the back of his head has robbed him of his last remaining ounce of strength. Justin, listen to me very carefully now. It's your decision to leave. That's fine by me. However, there are a few things I must say to you. It's my responsibility as your mentor. Don't ever consider yourself a hero. A detective's job is to solve a problem that already exists. You can't stop a tragedy from unfolding. The best you can hope for is to stop it in its early stages. If you continue down your current path and maintain your naive idea of justice, sooner or later you run into a problem that will be too much for you to handle. There's no telling how that'll end for you. Is that why you gave up? I only do what I can. I never overestimate myself. That's in my best interest and in everyone else's too. How so? You're not solving anything by running away. Some wounds never stop bleeding. Do you have what it takes to bear that pain? It's just the way things are. Too many people think they have what it takes. Forget it. You've probably had enough of me talking about this anyway. I'm not going to force anything on you, just as I'm not forcing myself to do things I know I'm not equipped to handle. I hope I've taught you well enough so that one day you can make a living with it. Try not to sprint ahead all the time. Sometimes you have to take a good look behind you as to not get lost. Go out there, do your thing, gain real life experience and heed my words. Once you've done so, let's meet up for a drink one day. My treat, of course. I can't wait to see what kind of man you'll have become by then. I'm really looking forward to it. It has a big belly? Oh, really? A cold wind is blowing across Justin's face, almost cold enough to freeze his watery eyes solid. Though he can barely make anything out, he's relieved to discover that he's at least still on the rooftop. That's good. Everything else? Not so good. Everything is in ruins. A few loose bricks and pieces of wood are all that remains of the shack. The only thing with a semblance of order up here are the human bodies, lined up along the roof, arms side by side, heel to heel. Somebody must have positioned the bodies that way. Justin's head is still throbbing as all manners of strange thoughts race to his mind. Trying to identify the source of the pain, Justin turns to take a glance at his left shoulder and stares right into a big, evil eye. One of Justin's questions is answered right then and there. The gargoyle does in fact have a mouth. Right now it's wrapped around Justin's shoulder, gnawing away at his flesh. It's an indescribable pain, freezing him right down to his bone marrow. His body is powerless to do anything against it. It itches as if a syringe has been rammed into his shoulder. However, Justin soon realizes that nothing is being injected into him. Quite the contrary, something is pouring out of him and is hastily being absorbed by the creature. Blood. Suddenly he understands why the bodies are lined up on the ground the way they are.
Let me go.
He lashes out and attempts to kick the creature, but to no avail. Lifted into mid-air and struggling hard, a big chunk of flesh is torn out of his shoulder. The pain is enough to nearly make him pass out again.
No, you wait.
He can hear Hilda's voice coming from behind him.
You weren't moving at all. I thought you were dead. Just hold on a little while, okay? The blood won't flow if you're dead. That would be inconvenient.
Hilda's slow and casual tone sends shivers down Justin's spine.
All of them. What do you mean these guys?
She kicks the body lying on the ground closest to her. It collapses in on itself as if completely torn apart and drained. Its arms roll away over the ground.
That one's already served its purpose. I'll clean it up later. Oh my, now there's no one left who's going to help me with that.
She rubs her neck as if she's thinking about something, but abruptly stops herself.
Never mind. I'm sure I'll find an efficient way to go about things.
The creature's wet tongue wriggles as it lets out short gasps, almost as if responding to Hild.
Do you plan on finishing the ceremony? Ceremony? Oh my, it sounds so refined when you say it that way. It has to be finished, wouldn't you agree? Otherwise all this effort would have been for nothing.
She picks up the kitchen knife lying on the ground. Justin saw it back at her apartment, but it had fewer scratches back then. Sticky, thick blood is dripping from the blade. Hilda stares at it, so lost in thought that she doesn't even pick up the rag that's also lying on the ground. Although Justin's vision is blurred and he can't see much, a chilling aura is emanating from Hilda that clearly communicates her manic, obsessive thoughts. Face it, there's no way to go through with this on your own. You've already failed. Let it go. There's no point in being stubborn.
Don't worry so much about other people. I may be old, but I can remember everything just fine. Every single step, what to do, how to read it. I feel like I've seen it play out several times before, though I can't remember where.
But do you really know what this ritual is for? They used you. Even if you succeed, do you really think they will bring back your husband? Please come down and think it over.
I can see what you're worried about now.
Hilda drops the kitchen knife and walks up to Justin, who's being suspended in mid-air by the creature. Then she wraps her wrinkled wet hands tightly around Justin's throat.
It's okay. I heard everything. These people can't be trusted, or else they wouldn't have dragged my family into this.
Hilda's whole body trembles as she seems to recall a happy memory.
Time and place both need to be picked carefully, and a bunch of people need to serve as stepping stones for something far greater than themselves. I Can't let all of it happen for nothing. For these last 2 days, all of us were in a hurry to make sure everything was ready for the big moment. We barely got enough people together, but the ritual is fragile and prone to failure if we're even one person short. Naturally, I wanted to be included. I wanted to be a part of it. Whatever happened to respecting an elder's wishes? But there's always a way. There's still a chance.
Justin's blood vessels are close to bursting and he tries to stay awake, but Hilda's words are starting to sound more faint with every passing second.
What do you want to do? David says he just wants to go back. But he's in bad shape. He can't even take a single step without gasping for air. I blame myself and his father for not taking better care of him. We should have fed him better. All I need is those people over there. They can help. David will finally be able to eat and feel better. He spent the last 10 years withering away, feeling hungry every single day. I'm old and frail, and I don't have much time left. This might be our last chance. David, your son should have been part of the ceremony.
If he doesn't find a way to talk sense into Hilda and make her snap out of it, he's going to die right here now. Justin's vision fades and his eyes flicker. With the last remaining air he has left in his lungs, he utters a few words.
How do you want to bring back someone who's already gone? What do you mean, bring back?
Hilda loosens her grip a little as she stares at Justin silently. Her eyes are darting around, she looks very confused all of a sudden.
What are you talking about? My David is right here, isn't he?
The two of them are obviously alone. The store manager mentioned that Hilda is the only surviving member of her family. That means it's not their son who will bring forth Gargle, but... Justin almost forgets to struggle as he pieces everything together.
Now then, let's proceed as planned.
With a big smile on her face and a tight grip around his throat, Hilda continues to choke Justin. Just as he's about to lose consciousness, Justin sees tears forming in Hilda's eyes. So this is your family's fate? His clear, sober thoughts make him regain some strength. He no longer looks Hilda in the eyes. There's no need to anymore. He can stop a tragedy from unfolding. He was right all along. Hilda ignores Justin's remark and tightens her grip.
You're just spouting nonsense, boy. There's no need to worry. Once David has eaten enough, nobody will ever ask questions again. Nobody will get in our way. No more interruptions. Just me and my David on our way to see his father.
Hilda hums a strange off-key melody in a deep voice. Her arms are shaking. Justin can sense the decades she spent in loneliness and despair, and right now, his strongest emotion is relief. It makes Justin more determined than ever. Justin tries to stay as calm as he can, gritting his teeth in an attempt to ignore the bite in his shoulder. How is he still talking? He was already close to losing consciousness 2 times. She still has her arms around his fucking neck. Do you want to know something? I'm nearly there. I think I'm almost ready to believe what my mentor told me.
What are you talking about?
Hilda doesn't understand what Justin's words mean. Unintentionally, she loosens her grip a little. She leans in closer, waiting for him to repeat himself more clearly. Justin doesn't miss the opportunity. It's nothing. We just all take a look at our past at some point. Bend the knees, lift your legs, hold your breath, and focus all your energy on your lower back. And then releases it all at once. Ha! Even though he's suspended in midair, his kick still has a strong impact. Bearing the full brunt of the impact, Justin's ankle throbs with pain. Justin's unrelenting kick sends Hilda tumbling backwards. Tripping over the bodies she herself has lined up along the roof, she ends up a few steps away from the rooftop's edge. Oh yeah, it does have a big belly now that you say it. Store manager's research was correct. The gargoyle does indeed possess some kind of intellect. Ignoring the prey still dangling from its mouth, it focuses all its attention on Hilda, the only person it recognizes. Exactly the kind of chance Justin has been waiting for. Although a ritualistic dagger isn't the same as a miniature camera, its size is roughly the same. This is what Justin is prepared for. He twists his wrist to slide the dagger out of his right sleeve. Grunting with pain, he wraps his left arm around the creature's neck. Then he stabs the dagger right into the creature's eye. And Justin is nearly sent flying as his field of vision suddenly turns upside down. The gargoyle is no longer clinging to his shoulder, but Justin has no intention of letting go. Targeting the eyes won't be enough. turned his once and for all, Justin needs to hit a more lethal spot. Justin knows what to do, but it's hard to actually pull it off. He holds on tight to the dagger. The strange liquid on the blade that was used during the ritual is flowing down to the hilt. Soon the hilt will be too slippery to keep holding onto it. The important question now is where to stab it next. Though the creature is injured and in bad shape, a prop like this could never compare to an actual weapon as far as effectiveness is concerned. Stabbing and cutting the creature without a clear goal would only cause flesh wounds and damage its skin, and Justin can't afford to waste time on futile attacks. I mean, sit down already, you foul beast! You foul beast! Oh no. They may look damaged and worn, but the creature's wings work just fine. It extends its neck and soars upwards high into the sky. A huge jolt, then everything around Justin shakes and trembles, passing him by faster than he can process. Ooh, what the fuck? And just like that, the horizon disappears. His blood feels like it's boiling, and it very well may be. His internal organs feel like they're being crushed by his own ribs. He can feel his skin tearing. Darkness extends all around him, a shadowy abyss deeper and darker than all of his worst fears combined. No human could fathom their own insignificance when faced with the infinite vastness of space. He doesn't know what to do. A voice in the back of his head is telling him what lurks within this dark infinite space, but he can't think straight or do anything right now. The pain becomes almost too much to bear. The gargoyle seems confused. Twisting its head to look around and flapping its wings on the spot, it resembles a child that lost its way. Humans can only survive outside of the atmosphere for a very short amount of time without a protective suit. Justin read something about that in a science journal once, and though the exact number of minutes escapes him, he knows that he certainly doesn't have long. Most of his time is already up. No. Ignoring the pain in his lungs, Justin climbs up the creature's back to provoke some sort of reaction from it. It opens its mouth without making a sound right before its wings start to spasm. Justin knows that whatever is happening can't be good. And he is right. Without prior warning, the rapid descent begins. The rough landing sends both of them rolling across the rooftop. Nothing about this is normal. Justin feels like he was stuck in a pipe and thrust out of it by the build-up pressure inside of it. It's as if he was propelled towards the ground by a jet engine. Yet somehow he came out of it unscathed. Just before hitting the ground, everything slowed down. The sudden hold and change in speed made him sick to his stomach, like coming to an abrupt stop in a high-speed elevator. No, David! He is still standing in the same spot as before. That means little time has passed since the ascension. A great distance, but a short journey. Justin shakes his arm and counts the fingers on his hand in disbelief, just to make sure he's actually alive. Neither he nor the creature would survive another trip like that. The creature's on its knees next to him. Its chest is heaving and it seems just as exhausted as Justin. No matter how harsh the crash was for it, it survived. Though badly injured, it slowly makes its way towards Justin, never letting its prey out of its sight. This is a battle whose outcome ultimately depends on sheer resolve and determination. Justin desperately tries to move in any way possible, supporting his trembling legs in a staggered stance. His eyes are set on the door. His body's too weak. The fight is taking a huge toll on him. Even though he's moving, the door doesn't seem to be getting any closer. He can see the creature's shadow rise up behind him. A shadow flies by dangerously close to Justin's cheek. In an attempt to stop him, Hilda threw a brick in his direction, which he barely manages to dodge at the very last second. Dodging the bridge comes at a price, however. Justin stumbles and feels the rough concrete connect with his face. No. The creature doesn't idly sit by. Sensing an opening, it immediately approaches Justin with raised claws, ready to tear into his flesh once again. Justin can count himself very lucky to have avoided this attack. The gargoyle extends its damaged wings once more. Somehow the foul stench coming from the creature is even more putrid now. A deep growl issues from the creature's throat as it moves closer to Justin's face. It seems sure of its imminent victory. This is the chance he has been waiting for all along. Liquid shoots out of the creature's eye and towards the sky. It howls in pain. This could be an attack that finishes it off for good. It lashes out in a fit of fury, but Angel can make up for its impaired sight. Its rushed attacks miss Justin and smash into the ground next to him. Still in pain, he manages to lift himself up a little. The dagger broke in the struggle, but the short part of it that is still intact is sharp enough for an attack. And fucking go for it, dude! Got you. Justin fiercely thrusts the dagger forward. He has never hurt anyone or anything before in his life. It all feels weird to him, but desperate times call for desperate measures. This is the only chance. The only logical choice is to aim for the lower belly. It has broad wings, but I doubt that they're of much use in a cosmic environment. As soon as it leaves the atmosphere, it makes use of other body parts to move around. According to this book, the corresponding organ is located in the lower abdominal cavity, which is difficult to identify by appearance alone. It seems to directly affect the space around it, like a fish slicing through water and propelling its body forward. Honestly, I'm not sure how that principle is supposed to work. I suspect that it's not something a human mind could grasp. Being a servant of a greater entity, the gargoyle only descends from the heavens when summoned. If such a being has really been here for decades... Although Justin wasn't there in person, Nico gave him the details to prepare him for this. Mere moments ago, escape seemed like the only viable option. This piece of information, however, changes everything. Justin quietly thanks Nico, then raises his arms. This! Swinging the dagger in an unpredictable way ensures that it connects with its target. The creature desperately tries to shake its body in an evasive maneuver, but Justin is close enough to hit its target anyway. His hunch was correct. Yeah, they definitely have different artists for these CGs, but ho ho. The agonized creature is flapping its wings erratically, whirling up a storm of dust and debris. Justin musters up all the strength he has left to hold the dagger steady as it slices through the creature's abdominal area. He just doesn't have it in him to hold on any longer. His strained wrist gives way as he is moved aside by the creature's heavy body. A deafening roar makes it clear that the gargoyle is in terrible pain. In its wild struggle to get rid of the dagger, its head bashes right into Justin. Perhaps the pain is preventing the creature from sinking its teeth into Justin. The impact from its head is almost enough to knock him off his feet. Justin feels as if his organs are about to burst. He does his best to try and breathe steadily. The creature pays no mind to Justin as it twitches and flaps its wings. Blood is gushing from its lower abdominal area.
No, David!
Hilda drops her weapon and carelessly rushes towards her son with a worried expression on her face.
David, are you okay? Oh, my poor David, let me see. There's so much blood. I'll help you. I'm here for you. Are you in pain? Talk to me, please.
Tears are streaming down Hilda's face as she drops to the ground and anxiously examines every single wound on the creature's body. It's a truly bizarre sight, and throughout it all, the gargoyle remains perfectly still and calm. The scene in front of Justin is utterly strange. It's as if a child is being taken care of by its mother after having been in a scuffle. If not for all the murder and madness surrounding it, this might have actually been a sweet sight to behold. Justin watches as Hilda and the creature snuggle together. Peaceful and calm, the gargoyle slowly flaps its wings up and down. And then it sinks its teeth into Hilda's shoulder.
What?
A dark shadow rises up as the gargoyle takes off into the air. I'm sorry. You know what I find extremely funny? Is that Hilda does not get a full body sprite. So when they lifted her up, her legs were just cut off right now. Justin is the only one left standing. He can do nothing but look on as Hilda is lifted away. Stop! Justin almost trips over as he rushes towards Hilda, but he can't reach her in time.
David, what's wrong?
Hilda clearly doesn't understand what's going on. Shouting, kicking and screaming, she can't do anything to stop what is happening. The gargoyle's wings are now fully extended. Justin can't tell if it's real or just an optical illusion, but they seem to have grown even bigger. Dark liquid is dripping onto the ground and forming puddles. Although it's hard to tell if it's human blood because of the darkness, it sure smells like it. Don't you dare! In a flash, the gargoyle rises up and instantly disappears into the night sky. Making yourself believe alive is both the easiest and the hardest thing to do. He can't understand why Hilda acted the way she did. Maybe she convinced herself of the truth she so desperately wanted to be real. Though the room is large, the sky is infinite. Suddenly boundaries no longer exist. The unfathomable has suddenly become reality.
Run.
Justin's desperation finally gets the better of him. Oh my, you're not doing too well, are you? Who's there? You'll probably end up being the hero for this and steal my limelight, but that's okay. Hi? The creature comes crashing down from above in an instant. Its whole body is glowing as it stretches, its shape is violently elongating. It looks as if somebody's forcefully shoving it down a drain pipe. Wait, what's going on? The creature struggles and manages to regain its posture for a moment, but there's nothing it can do to stop what is happening. Ew. I hate sound effects like that. The process repeats itself. This time, however, the creature's struggle is futile. Flesh and blood rain down from above. The creature won't let go of Hilda even now, refusing to be separated from her. Hilda! Justin sprints towards the rooftop's edge. Looking down, he can see a deep, dark abyss opening up around the building. Justin is at a loss for words. My assumption seems to have been right. The ritual was never actually completed. It's that voice again. Justin doesn't recognize it, and the person he belongs to doesn't seem inclined to introduce themselves. The person's words seem even more vague in the dark of the night. Summoning the gargoyle is a delicate process. It is mostly about guiding it correctly, since it could easily lose its way otherwise, even if its most devoted worshippers should pay great heed to it upon its descent. It comes as no surprise to me that things turned out as badly as they did. These people made mistakes at every step along the way, with complete disregard for even the most crucial aspects of the process. Even if it takes 20 years, what is destined to happen will happen, though it is hard to guess how capable people will be at that point. What did you do? Solomon's dust, the only real way to stop the creature. While you were testing about with the gargoyle, I managed to sprinkle some of it on it. The only thing I had to do then was recite the spell. All of this sounds very alien to you, I'm sure. What's with the sour face? Is that the expression you give someone who just saved your life? It's not the kind of thanks I expected after cleaning up such a gigantic mess. The light-hearted attitude is apparent in the man's voice, and Justin is getting angry. Cleaning up the mess? Oops. You can't be serious. Don't you see the creature still carrying a person? So what? Don't tell me you had a better plan that I just so happened to interrupt. The man's eyes are glinting in the dark, filled with a sinister glare. The tall man sneers, placing his hand on Justin's shoulder. Let's be serious for a moment, young detective. You probably weren't expecting any of this, am I right? What are you trying to say? The world is a twisted place, more messed up than you ever thought possible. Now you've got a glimpse of it. If you can't handle it, you might as well end your life right here and now. The end is the end. There's no turning back. You don't have a lot of choices. Either close your eyes and accept it, or end it all as quickly as you can. I like you. You're somewhat of a diamond in the rough. It would be a shame if you never reached your full potential. I don't understand what you're trying to say. That's enough serious talk, at least for now. You must be tired. Huh? Sweet dreams. Wait a minute, Flop! He does look like Wolverine! Oh my god, he does look like Wolverine! Really? Well, never mind. There's nothing you can do about it now, so come back here.
Stop tipping me out!
Who was that on the phone? It's Neko. Justin left the message and then ran off. I was worried, so I sent her to the scene to confirm the situation. And how is it? It's pretty awful, but we were also lucky. There seem to have been quite a lot of people involved. So far, there's no official investigation since the place was such a mess that they don't know what they're dealing with yet. Nico also said that the police moved several unconscious people off the rooftop. She didn't recognize any of their faces, though. So you mean that thing fell to its death? Can you imagine? A message of the gods losing against gravity. How humiliating. On the other hand, there was only one body at the scene. Yes, Nico even strolled around the block to make absolutely sure. The rooftop must look as if a typhoon passed through, but thankfully the debris didn't reach the ground. She found some bloodstains, indicating that a struggle took place, but there was no sign of anyone else. And even if there had been, the heavy rain early in the morning would have probably washed it all away. God forbid. Then again, you were really willing to send Nico on errands when it's storming like that? It wasn't me. She's really anxious to find Justin. Oh, I see. Sounds like there's a story there. Those two get along better than they let on. Anyway, with everything being as messy as it is, I'm afraid she made the trip there for nothing. I highly doubt that monster just went crazy in the middle of the night and fell to its death all by itself. According to Nico, there's a lack of blood, although there must have been several people at the scene of the struggle. Still, if there are no other clues, you think someone already cleaned up the aftermath? Justin isn't the only one who's missing. Hilda's nowhere to be found either. Something must have happened. Nico found plenty of small traces in the wreckage, so not everything's been cleaned up yet. Whatever happened, it sounds like there's not really anyone left to arrest and convict. Right now our priority is to find Justin. If somebody's been cleaning up the traces, I wouldn't want him caught in a crossfire. I just hope he's alright. As long as we don't know where he is or what happened, that's beyond our control. Right, so what are you thinking? I'll go and meet up with Nico, then meet you again later. Be careful out there, okay? Crap, his phone isn't working either. What the hell happened to him? If the man is indeed a competent and resourceful detective, he'd be clever enough to have his phone turned off while conducting field work. I just need clarity. If you knew about the conversation we had in the store earlier. The only thing we can do right now is wait for the detective to return safely. What's the reason for this visit? You're not here to wait for him with me, I assume? You made it rather difficult for me to answer. As a matter of courtesy, I did in fact want to do the exact thing which you prematurely denied just now. You're acting as if you're close to him. He shrugs his shoulders, silently proving my point with his expression. Very well. Then let's get a matter of business out of the way first. I'd like you to hold on to this for me. This is... He's holding a small brass bell. A real treasure. But of course, that would be an accurate description of all the things I deliver to you. Not to sound skeptical, but after all of those old books, this is... I take it out of his hands. It's surprisingly light. It's What? It's surprisingly late? As though it isn't made of metal at all. As a matter of fact, it feels completely weightless. What an odd feeling. I pride myself on being quite knowledgeable in the field of archaeology, but I've never seen anything like this. I don't recognize the symbols on it. What era is it from? Stop tabbing me out! Maybe it's simply from an era you couldn't understand. Saying with such certainty that a researcher can possibly know anything about it just makes your intention that much more suspicious. Quite possibly. My behavior may not be considered normal to other people, that much is true. He dusts off his collar and throws a glance out of the door. I acquired this particular little bell from a group of very bad people in a very bad place. Now I have to ensure it's in a safe place, otherwise the crisis will only reach even bigger dimensions. You're sure putting a lot of faith in me. This place has been pretty crowded lately, so I'm worried your trust might be a little misplaced. Don't worry, it doesn't even concern your abilities. I just need to get this off my back, and once I'm out of here, there's no reason for them to come after me. Sounds like you've chosen the perfect moment to drop by and cause me trouble yet again.
Thank you for the pad, and thank you for the hydrogen.
Well, at least this is an opportunity for the two of us to have a little chat. Listen. I just want to end the chapter, okay? I just want to end the chapter. Yes, Duolingo, I know. I wave a hand dismissively, taking a piece of cloth to wrap the bell in before shoving it into a drawer. You want to talk about things here? All your expression shows me is that you, as always, know way more than you're actually telling me. Well, truth be told, you asked me for a lot of information a couple of days ago, and I have my ways of gathering all sorts of gossip throughout the city. If you already know what's going on, why keep this up? Just to make me look like a fool? The detective you're involved with is an important piece of this now, and I need to know if his current incident has anything to do with the old friends I'm dealing with. It's as simple as that. We're skipping a chapter change and go right into the next thing. I really hope not. I'm afraid you won't get any useful clues out of me. Even though the dust is settled, most details are still obscured. Is that so? That's a shame. Does the name Gargoyle ring a bell? A godly servant? I've heard tell of it, yes, though I've never had any interest in its alleged powers. You can never possess enough knowledge, especially when you may be dealing with some of the larger religious cults. Any additional information about them may prove useful. Have you ever been confronted with this creature? I wouldn't exactly call it confrontation, no, but as soon as you've seen as much as a glimpse of it, it becomes fairly easy to imagine the extent of the carnage that could arise when it becomes agitated. In that case, you understand it better than I do, at least. What could have happened to make it fall like that? It would be impossible to ride on its back and force it to come crashing down from high up in the sky, right? Even if there were a brave man who dared to do so, he could not have left the scene unharmed. I wouldn't wish it upon anybody to go through such an ordeal. Naturally, I'm unsure about the exact consequences, but logically speaking, the outcome could not be a positive one. The servant who carries out the great god's wishes proudly travels among the stars, his loyalty forever unwavering. Each time he spreads his wings, he straddles 300 suns and moons. The god's messenger, the god's carriage, the god's limbs and palms, the god's great will. Slash! End color! how did they write the script for this game? An otherworldly creature for whom the distance between planets is just a tiny step falling to its death on a planet as measly as ours. Mankind has also managed to defy nature by creating steel wings to fly, but that wouldn't stop such a creation from coming crashing to the ground in an unfortunate incident, would it? So basically a kind of plane crash. That would be strangely funny. Everything has its flaws, and since the creature's birth was already flawed, I assume it itself doesn't know where its limits lie. The length those people went to only for this God's servant to die like that, I can't imagine the looks on their faces. Either way, the loss is irreparable. However, sooner or later, the old woman's disappearance will attract the attention of the police, and if it were me, I'd highly advise against getting involved in a long, messy investigation. I just hope this wave of chaos doesn't send ripples through the city. Morale is already low with the recent fatalities, and things like that can drag people down pretty quickly. My opinion about that is rather different. What, you think it's not bad enough around here already? Confusion is what the surface, opportunity lies underneath. You know, throughout history, people who said such things were often nutcases, outlaws, tyrants. Nothing good ever came from that point of view. I just wish the city itself were more involved, then the dirty sand and rubble would rise up once again, a breath of fresh air and opportunity. And let me guess, you'll be there to take advantage of it somehow? Maybe your intentions aren't all bad, but I think your attitude will hurt the innocent citizens of the city, as it has these last 2 days. Chaos is merely the symptom. Treatment is not always comfortable or easy. Yet I'd wager that most people would rather suffer through the fear and pain than die. If more events of this magnitude take place, you know damn well that your words alone won't be of much help. Rest assured, after living this long, the one thing I'm good at is using fear to do good. That's a classic villain speech again. Unfortunately, this incident had little to do with the actual target we are pursuing. I hate this word. That sounds rather ominous. I'm beginning to wonder if there's a force that's wriggling around in places we can't see, stirring up all sorts of trouble. If you improve of your suspicions, I'm afraid you have to... Okay, no need to try so hard to give me hints. I've realized by now that you want to stop speaking in riddles. Justice on our side, and I have a feeling he'll be of great help in our future investigations. You seemed quite worried about his well-being just a moment ago. I still am, but I choose to believe in him. He throws a puzzled look at me. He looks confused, but I'm sure he understands what I mean. I pick up the files just and left on the table and remove some of the cigarette ash that inadvertently fell on them. After all, he's a proper detective now. Okay, game, if you don't want to give me an actual next chapter, then fuck you. Imagine we get to the end of the game, someone else has still mentioned why he can't leave the building. He realizes he's just a shut-in. He just has severe social anxiety. Well, if it is Nico, how did you find...
Don't move, you're still bleeding.
No biggie, it's been properly stitched up and bandaged. Although the disinfectant still burns.
You won't hold the store manager responsible for this, will you?
Of course not. He has nothing to do with this. I'm just happy I got away without any major injuries. I should get a medal for this. Ouch! Stop poking me, it hurts.
What's with all the tough guy talk? You're still shaking like a leaf.
Can't help it. You probably wouldn't believe me if I told you what happened last night.
Try me.
You sure? Not the best job for social anxiety? What? I don't know what you mean. A bunch of strangers coming into a store, finding out things and wanting your help all the time. You're the only person in the store? Yeah. The only person in the store? It sounds perfect. Yep. I have to say I wasn't expecting to see a monster with wings the size of a bus. Honestly, it all didn't seem real until it was over.
I bet it taught you a lesson. Consider yourself educated, even though the tuition fee was a bit steep.
You know what? I think it's useful to learn something outside of my comfort zone every once in a while.
So much heartfelt honesty. One night with a big bad was all it took to scare you straight?
Unfortunately, yes. If only I'd have made a decision a day earlier, I could have prevented a lot of misery and people from getting hurt. Not even a day, just a night earlier would have helped. I could have prevented the worst from happening, but it all turned into this mess instead. Whether right or wrong, I know everything we do gives our life meaning, but right now I just feel utterly hopeless. Helpless. Still struggling with that, Sorry. Okay, I'll admit I was a bit insensitive just now. You didn't have to... To what? Don't worry, I'm not a coward. I did what had to be done. Judging by how everything turned out, you were right all along. No worries or blame, okay?
Okay. I don't think it was ever possible to come out of all of this as the clear winner anyway.
Nico, can you answer a question for me? How many times have you encountered something like that before?
Not too often. I'm not really keen on remembering them.
Really? I see.
It sounds like something's bothering you.
Yeah, you could say that. After 20 years, she's finally reunited with her family again.
You seem to have gone through a lot yesterday.
The worst possibility I could envision before last night was that someone forced the old lady to kill. I almost lost my life because of that mistaken judgment.
It's written all over your face.
To be honest, it was sheer luck that helped me survive yesterday. Mistakes were made, but at least the monster didn't have time to do even more damage than it already did. Instead, it gave her the chance to give me the finishing blow, grabbed the old lady by the shoulders and began to fly as far away as it could, almost as if it were fleeing.
Maybe it was just trying to escape with its food. From that perspective, it's easy to see why it picked her. You would have put up too much of a fight.
It made its choice.
And failed?
Yeah, you could say that. You can imagine the result of a crash like that. It took the old lady with it too.
Was it really that high up?
It just wasn't a normal descent, you know? The speed and velocity. It was like a rocket that messed up its launch direction. It didn't show the slightest intention of letting go of her though. The old lady was really worried about its injuries, but I doubt the creature could understand those feelings. Have you ever witnessed something like that, Nico?
I'm glad I haven't. You're making that thing sound too much like a person for my liking.
I don't like it either. I have no idea what was going through its mind. They don't think and feel like us, do they, Nico?
I have no idea. Those bandages are a good first step, but you should get that brain of yours looked at. You're talking about a monster that eats human flesh and sucks blood, and it's the reason you're injured right now. You're aware of that, right?
Yes, but it didn't come here of its own accord. Nobody can control an animal's urges and instincts, but someone summoned it here intentionally. If the store manager's assumptions are correct, those people with the yellow claws are responsible for one's family's decades of misfortune. Summoned and left abandoned by those lunatics, enduring 20 years of weakness, pain, and hunger. In a sense, it was as much of a victim as everyone else in that family. Nico, if I was about to fall from the 7th floor, would you save me?
Fools like you have 9 lives, you'd be fine.
Be serious for a second.
Well, if it isn't too much trouble, I'll lend you a hand, sure.
Well, why?
Because if someone you know is in danger, you can't just pretend not to notice.
Thanks. Looks like you're a little more human than a monster, at least.
Aw, sip it. I'm getting tired of your nagging.
Detective's serious expression softens someone at that, but he goes on anyway. I've been thinking about it since yesterday, but now I seem to have an answer. You, me, store manager, we're all human, and as such there's a limit to our sense of justice. Our idea of justice comes from wanting to protect ourselves and our beliefs, such as our nature as human beings. It makes sense to us. I became who I am in order to punish evil and protect good, but at the end of the day it is to protect what I perceive as common sense. To benefit others is good, to harm others is evil. It's that simple. I even parted ways with my old mentor who viewed things differently. Even so, he didn't deny me my ideal. I would do anything to defend it and protect us, like I did last night. In the end, it's just about practicing self-restraint as a human being.
Even if you put it that way.
Miss Huang gave everything she had to protect her son. She was an admirable mother, but it didn't do her any good.
There's no way treating something like that as a family member could ever end well.
Yes, it was a monster. So, even if she had kept going, it would have never ended up the way she wanted it to. I wanted justice for the dead. I didn't want to give up on the family. I wanted more than anything to find an outcome where no one would get hurt, but that was just wishful thinking. The world doesn't work that way.
Even if everything she did came from the heart.
Sometimes the line between humans and inhuman beings becomes blurred, and one day a situation such as last night will happen again, I guess. It's a tragedy in progress. There's no way to stop what's coming, only to see it through to the end and hope for the best. I can see why getting away from it all seemed like a smart idea to my mentor. Huh? He didn't want to see the tragedy play out. If you want to prevent a tragedy from happening, you need to end it before it even begins. That's what Nico took away from Justin's speech. This rather hopeless thought leaves her at a loss for words. I'm sorry about all the rambling and whining. Do me a favor and help me up, okay? Ouch! I should have been smart and worn some thicker clothes yesterday. So what's next? First off, let's report to the store manager. The aftermath of this whole thing is going to be tricky and I really need some professional advice. It's not what I meant. You survived yesterday out of sheer luck. True. If you ever end up in a similar situation again, you won't be able to protect yourself. That's right. You almost threw your life away just like that, and for all we know, there are much bigger things out there. That's harsh, but I guess that's true. And you're still not going to give up? I think you know the answer to that. Just how big of an idiot are you? It took a lot of work for me and the store manager to get away from this kind of stuff. You know, the things that could potentially kill us. Even after pulling several all-nighters in a row, I still wake up from nightmares. Then, an idiot like you turns up out of nowhere, nearly dies, and considers trying it a couple more times. God, you're like a dumb child who hit his head on a roller coaster and screams again right afterwards. You were at the scene earlier, weren't you? I don't think I'm better than anyone, and I don't claim to have made the best choices. I know there are people who have worked harder than I have. I've been through more, and they haven't given up yet either. Join a team and you have to say goodbye to insurance companies once and for all. Yeah, I thought as much. So you too, huh? It's starting to feel like an actual job. We'll find a way to deal with anything. You regret it sooner or later. Then wait until that moment comes before you roast me. Fine, I give up. You can talk to the store manager yourself then. Nico tries to adjust his just and slow pace as she helps him along. They still have a long way to go, and the conversation has given her a lot to think about. When you're feeling better, let's visit Mrs. Fang's grave. Where did that come from? Something I'd like to give back to her. Is that so? Nico, you wish. Don't you think you're a proper detective now? Who knows? She decides to ignore the question in the end. Some things are best left unanswered. That was chapter 2. Nope. Nope. No, fuck you, game. That was chapter 2. I know, because I just unlocked the achievement you get for finishing chapter 2, so I win. It only took us 1 hour of overtime. Woo! Well, that was nice. Thank you for the pet. No. That was chapter 2. That was chapter 2. I have the achievements to prove it. You can go look at my Steam profile and look at the achievements I have unlocked for this game and see, aha, that was the achievement for getting chapter 2. That was nice. So now we have a few more party members. So I'm guessing the weird guy we met on the rooftop just now, he's probably gonna be like in the next chapter, he's gonna be another guy who's getting involved with us, or maybe he is already involved with us, who knows. We're still missing at least... Wait, if I look at the banner on Steam, hold on. If I look at the banner on Steam, we're missing one more person who we have not seen at all, but who is also not the guy we just saw on, you know, the Wolverine guy we just saw. So I'm guessing we get maybe one more party member next chapter. Always down for more Wolverine, for sure, for sure. You know what's really surprising? I mean, this is a visual novel. It doesn't really, like, if it goes on sale, it doesn't really cost that much. And the completion of different achievements and how rapidly they decline is always so funny for me to see. It's like, okay, a bunch of people on this game, bunch of people have started playing this game. There's there's 62.1% of players who have done the very, very first deduction. Like, not even yet played through the full first chapter, but just the first deduction, which was pretty much just a tutorial of some kind, right? then there's 34.3% of players who've completed chapter 1. And get this, there's only 18.4% of players who've completed chapter 2. This game has 5 chapters. I am guessing a lot of people who've started playing this game did not get very far. Like, I'm sorry, that is... What do you mean, 18? 18%? That's not a lot of players. 12% have actually completed the game. That's not a lot of... I don't really know how that goes. Like I don't know, my basic principle with visual novels is always complete them. I don't know, it's always complete them. It's like, I am willing to take a step into this new world, find out what is happening there, see what it's all about. So I will always complete them, and if there's an achievement for completing it, I will have that. It might take a little while, but I will have it. Waiting for the visual novel where you end stream on time. That's a good joke. 1 text box per day, some even 1 word per day. Yeah. That's really what it feels like. But I'm enjoying it. I feel this one, some parts of it were a little... where I really didn't understand what was going on, but the last part here was, for once, really well written. The translation was just fine. You could actually understand what they're talking about. And I really like both our detective and Nico. They're both very cute. It drags a bit. It does! I gotta admit, I thought the actual, fight against the thing would happen way sooner. Like, okay, we're on the rooftop now, it's gonna show up any second, we're gonna fucking stab it. Oh, we're still not stabbing it, we're still not stabbing it, we're still not stabbing it, oh, we're still not stabbing it, we're still not stabbing it. But yeah, I wonder what they're gonna come up with for the other 2 chapters, because the 5th chapter apparently is one without choices. It's just like a conclusion chapter or something. From what I've seen, there's no choices in it. So I wonder what kind of creatures are gonna show up in chapter 4 and 5, 3 and 4. We're gonna find that out next week. It was really good, yeah. It's a nice game. I'm glad I'm playing it. Let me say a few things about next week. We're gonna continue this game. We still got a bunch to go. So Wednesday, Sunday this game. Friday we're gonna finish up Blaze Blue. I think that's a possibility to finish it up. I want to be done with it. So we're gonna finish up Blaze Blue, and then on Saturday I was thinking we could play One Shot. Which is a nice game. I've only heard good things about it, and it's not too long. So I'm hoping to just put that in because, Splatoon the week after. Just a heads up though, I won't be regularly playing Splatoon as a normal stream game. I will probably be streaming some parts of a Splatfest. But we're only gonna do like Splatoon 3 as a release stream, kind of. And some stuff on the weekend there. And then we'll be back to a normal schedule again. Like maybe I will put Splatoon 3 on sometimes if I just wanna do something where I don't have to think much. But it's not gonna be a regular stream game. Thank you for a nice stream. No, thank you for coming. I'm enjoying myself with this game. I'm really enjoying myself. If you look past some of the wonky translations, there's a nice story underneath it. And there's a really nice story underneath it, so anyway, that's going to be it for tonight. I'll be posting the schedule in a bit. You think Splatoon stream will run better than your first attempt? I hope so. I really hope so. I really, really hope so. I know I should have tested it with the Splatfest, right? See if it runs well, but I think back then the problem was I was still using Streamlabs back then. Streamlabs really killed my PC anyway, and now I'm using OBS, so that should already be a plus point. I will not be in a Discord call for the Splatoon 3 release stream, so that should also be a plus point, because Discord, for whatever reason, always kills my stuff, which is also one of the reasons why I don't really do call-ups that much. But yeah, we're gonna try that. We're gonna see how it works. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming. It is Sunday, and you know what that means. We haven't been able to that in quite a while, but it is Sunday, so the Skype call now. Maybe. No, it is Sunday. That means we can say hello to our favorite pink cat. We have not been able to do that in quite a while. Here's the right message as always. Thank you all so much for coming tonight. I wish you all a very, very good night. I'll see you all soon. Schedule in a bit. Say hi to Lyri for me. Good night. I won't speak on mass. See you all soon. Good night.
Bye bye. Wow, everything's laggy on my end.